say the most producing global leader of where's your where you
Yeah, moving the laptop slot. It's just circulating this.
is it the shot? Democrats are going to drop the way. Only Trump. He's in. In China. Deal with China. Dude, this is back. And do war. Because you look like the made with leverage. News, which we know. Community assessment. When you can listen around. Let's be real. Was U.S. would destroy for it would be over. I mean, they admitted that he went to China. Is one of the getting you driver to be open is an incredible. Made American manufacturing baby murder machines, the automobile industry. Yeah, you have to do trade protections. You could sell. You could sell. You could sell. You could reduce. You could sell it. You know. Newspaper. You can't. You don't. More militant because give them any wanted. Broader never you as the more militant. The same. You should the weird less racist when it comes to immigration. It's so stupid. What do you mean? A little bit of traditionalism. Consumers love these elections. You know, Americans care with no automobile manufacturing. A little bit about trade. Myself, Medicare. Everyone knows capable.
Oh, it is big.
Myself normally. You should. And someone like myself, which I going into this meeting, you know, offers nicety in the way, you know, maybe some investment, maybe like read the law. And that's it. In America, it's going to cave on regards to it. Normally, what way to this is like, you know, talk about legally sinister. They're going to try to do it Chinese style. Ooh, they're going to now this that they yep. Do you hear it? You know how insane Terry Western anything any sort of like do like
Yeah.
deal with China. They're trying to you hate America, one American job. Is it's always the PBS who's today.
What?
We've been saying literally the past 2 years.
That is my. Uh-huh.
Enemy, liberation. In here and tried to. You're just understand. Sometimes goals. What was going to happen? The Western president. Material. Real problem. Point to here. Is unemployment. And I don't have interest in welfare. And a lot of youth unemployment right now. Moving back in. No real job. No, he wasn't.
She didn't.
With their company. So what they're like, have some problems. Have like the United States of America, so like, when you think about like there's who is you know global there is in China to present the real you know liberalism and the grand design for international trade who is representing
In 1970, President Nixon, he met with the they signed was the essence, starting point. It marked a moment when China was coming out of a what?
The only whose name is China, you know, why the UN got Republic of China. America without that he could have extended. You know what I mean? Look like why was he well,
Because it's
myself. Because your first Lord fear of through stop America defend its own base. What military defense we saw? And easy you also
thing. Reason for it.
nation likely that's the reason why critical of any mode of what it do to people. The reason on in China nowadays necessarily Wilson, City, the American rather collapse. Collapse. People can causes people. What are we doing here? Be very to one of the good in
Sounds like we are. No, I'm not. No, it's
Oh, oh.
You're one of my. What? What? About it. Because I have a lot. Feel like she's there things when they want the business program. You know, she's a little bit. Did you imagine? We move here. You can. They let some for people really do. You get less to you. You minimize it. See if it gets in the way. That's no idea. That we're in. This opportunity. This whole thing is ludicrous. Really screwed up. You know, that work. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure. Even turn confused. You're this is something notion they've been the United States think that going to even though they freedom did they win? When did it happen? These are the somehow strategic importance. It serves to disempower, to create more this policy, more violence in the international community. It's actually diminished the United States. You don't. The more you lose, you come out. It's about is in decline. I think that BRICS to take things off the U.S. dollar international. He is looking to superpower. And do I love United States? In some way, when you're the only super having to not if that's for how is weakness the U.S. said.
Hmm.
Is that we have a
Chicken face. I'd love it. I'd love to have had a teacher like that.
Nice.
Presbyterian.
You know what? This insecurity.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be easy. Hit it. Back. He's going. Never.
Mm.
Cheat.
No! Oh!
Can be drawn.
My brain. That was me. I didn't win the race. Go win the race. Yeah, yeah.
Again, complete. You're right. United States.
You can actually do that.
You want to figure. Yeah, so
Okay.
we would have about 3,000. Literally, really like non-natural. He's like, oh, mental. Happens in we have included six of these are the
smell that? Yeah, that smells like a wongy wongy victory! Let's get it! Do you smell that? Yeah, that smells like a wongy wongy victory! Let's get it! Do you smell that? Yeah, that smells like a wongy wongy victory! Let's get it!
Definitely. Significant. Because you're doing.
Do you smell that? Yeah, that smells like a wongy wongy victory! Let's get it!
We missed our. You're. You're not. People know. People in. Those. You're not. You gotta read.
Do you smell that? Yeah, that smells like a wongy wongy victory! Let's get it! Do you smell that? Yeah, that smells like a wongy wongy victory! Let's get it!
And now there's
1, 2, 3, let's go! Show them what you got. Step on the pedal to the metal.
Oh. No! Oh, you
One, two, three, let's go! Show them what you got. Step on the pedal to the metal. what you got. Step on the pedal to the metal.
Members of my fat flock always give it their best. So, Jailbird, get in there and win that race!
You know, what? Enough. Yeah. This one, this more. And I think it's the meeting work. Good work. Even some
God. Dikkat.
Not using those. Even that. Even though we got in there is decent. Point to hit the president standpoint, if you're really not to come out and take one point. Not any
We can say
your deal did.
right. He was out.
the budget. Hmm?
Maybe.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. You've always and a lot. That would make dope. Now he is pursuing.
Oh, really? Oh, I got it. Oh, you took yourself out. Ah, just as I'm gonna hit you. Make a big point. What? Humor.
Through all
Oh! How did you guys suddenly appear?
And he's fat too. Apparently he's unaware. He'll be obese. He doesn't realize. Not that different treatment. Low Hugh Jeffrey, his district. Make these Trump is leader of criminal cartel.
Piece of shit.
You want Still got me.
It's funny, there's video footage of them bombing little ships, but these that can fire back is all AI that they're destroying. No! It's go. Huh? Oh, coming up. I've got to keep myself sandwiched. Slow down too much. The one behind me catches me.
You're not. They're just looking.
Oh, come on, you asshole. Ah, you bitch. No. You don't do it. No one believes you shows up. That's a solid.
He's literally like a schoolyard bully.
Mm-hmm.
You're the reason.
He's so weak, he has to scare you into accepting a deal. See, there's a reason you don't see many overweight fat people. Huh? That's not good. Can't compare your body to Better than a Republican.
Right.
Whoa, he did it! He said Republicans. How about Republicans? Whoa! Keeping you out of jail doesn't mean you deserve to be out of jail. Yes. Smart plan.
Put this one. With the fear of being destroyed.
Oh, you bitch. How come I also fucking spun around? Why did you destroy me? No! Really? So I think I suck. Hey, didn't count? How many times are you gonna kill me? That was 3.
I've heard that before.
on migration. American immigrants.
Did you want to land Atlanta? He does want to. Ai!
Let's see.
Maybe. It's late. Boom. Ooh. Pop went the wrong way. And it's awesome. Reach. Maybe first one. Oh. My God! Oh! Not, not sure I want to know. On a pause. Whoa! No, you bitch!
The physical
can be
with information right here. He's a couple years ahead. The Tea Party. You mentioned
Oye. I have to make up the positions I lost. That score's lekker, man. I can live with a second place. Then no? I'd wait till it's fucking upgraded with improves. Only the handling's absolute. Bitches.
idea of
Ah, you stupid ball. We're going to do blind over. Nee. Seriously.
Boom time.
One, two, three, let's go! Show them what you got. Step on the pedal to the metal. smells like a wongy wongy victory! Let's get it! Do you smell that? Yeah, that smells like a wongy wongy victory! Let's get it!
Members of my fat flock always give it their best. So, Jailbird, get in there and win that race! Members of my fat flock always give it their best. So, Jailbird, get in there and win that race! Members of my fat flock always give it their best. So, Jailbird, get in there and win that race! Members of my fat flock always give it their best. So, Jailbird, get in there and win that race! Members of my fat flock always give it their best. So, Jailbird, get in there and win that race! Members of my fat flock always give it their best. So, Jailbird, get in there and win that race! Members of my fat flock always give it their best. So, Jailbird, get in there and win that race!
the making. He said, "Oh, this is like two is
Hi, Dr. Bernard here. I'm going to cover a case of hantavirus that was published in literature in 2025 from the same country where it appears the 2026 cruise ship incident originated from. I'm going to cover it as written and give you perspective of how we would see this case as if it came through our hospital. I'll tell you a little bit about hantavirus and why I don't think overt panic is warranted in context of the 2026 cruise ship incident. And I'll just tell you my personal advice right now. It's very simple, and everyone should have been living it anyways. 1, wash your hands often, before and after you eat, after meeting with people, and do this as the first thing that you do when you get home. Wash them thoroughly for 20 seconds and do it twice in succession. Think as if you're a surgeon and you're about to do surgery on someone. 2, if you feel sick and or have a fever, stay at home. And 3, if you have trouble breathing, go to the hospital. Simple rules for life in general. I highly recommend them. JB is a 52-year-old man presenting to the emergency room sweaty and nauseous. He had hypotension, hypo meaning low, tension referring to blood pressure, low blood pressure, and he had a fever. When doctors measured his blood oxygen saturation, it was 89%. Under 90 needs emergency medical attention because it means that the body is suffocating. They see him sitting there confused, obtunded, and unaware of where he was. These symptoms suggest that his brain is starving of oxygen and something terrible is happening. A chest x-ray reveals that his lungs are filled with fluid. This prevents the oxygen exchange from the air into his blood, explaining why he's suffocating. A blood test confirms he has hypoxemia. Ox referring to oxygen, and emia meaning presence in blood. Low oxygen presence in blood. It's not just low saturation, the oxygen actually isn't there. But why is that fluid in his lungs? He might be volume overloaded. Water has flooded into his body and has nowhere else to go other than to squeeze into his lungs. Or his lung blood vessels have been leaking, or there's an infection in his lungs. Some of these will take some time to confirm, but doctors need to do something now. JB was given supplemental oxygen. Air is only 21% oxygen. Vastly increasing the amount of oxygen per inhalation should ameliorate some of the hypoxemia, and this buys some time. But as the hours pass, it stops working. JB's oxygen saturation decreases. Something very bad is happening to him, and it's happening very quickly, and it's getting worse. He's transferred into the intensive care unit. JB is sedated. A tube is placed down his throat so that a machine can breathe for him. But as the hour passes, JB goes into shock. His blood pressure suddenly drops even more. This means that blood can't get to all of his organs, but most importantly, it can't get into his brain. If oxygen already wasn't getting into his brain adequately because he had hypoxemia, then adding severe hypotension on top means that there's seconds to minutes left before his brain suffers permanent damage, because oxygen makes energy production happen in cells. Normal blood flow and breathing helps clear out the wastes produced by brain cells. When that mechanism no longer functions, JB's brain will cease to exist. 2 medicines were immediately given. The first one constricts his blood vessels and forces his heart to beat harder. The second one tells his kidneys to hold on to water. These should push his blood pressure higher, but it wasn't enough. Shortly after his ICU admission, JB stops making urine. His kidneys have completely shut down. Doctors had to hook him up to a dialysis machine so that the body waste that would have been urine can be filtered out of him. A chest CT scan confirms JB has pulmonary edema. This is the fluid that's in his lungs, and there seems to be more now than when he presented to the emergency room. But this higher resolution scan gives more insights. It kind of looked like JB had a fungal infection, but this was borderline. If it isn't fungus, then for sure what's happening isn't a typical infection. Other parts of his lungs had collapsed. Doctors start him on multiple antimicrobial agents to cover a wide variety of pathogens. It's still not clear that this is absolutely an infection, but if it is, one of these could start working some and buy some time to figure out why this much fluid has flooded into his lungs. They write a problem list, and they need to rule each one out to make a diagnosis of what's wrong so that they can treat him properly. Hey, quick question. Have you learned something from this video so far? If you have, and you aren't subscribed yet, I'd really appreciate it if you did subscribe and come back to see the video that I post next month too. I've made 1 video a month on average every month since 2017. This is my fun time hobby, and I make these to teach about medicine through stories. It's one of the best ways that we teach clinically. I make these, and it's genuinely one of my highlights of my day, so I'm thankful for the opportunity to make these for you. Appreciate you. JB was previously healthy. He had just come back from a trip in Argentina before experiencing a fever for 7 days. These are important to know because there's only a couple things that this could be. It's not a previously known chronic disease, and fever means that it could be an infection. That involves fluid in the lung, and that means this could be pneumonia. The problem is pneumonia usually comes with a productive cough. He didn't have that. And when he was tested for respiratory bacteria and viruses, they all came out negative. So this isn't pneumonia. Fever could also mean inflammation. If not pneumonia infection, then maybe this is autoimmune, the immune system attacking the body. Shortly after ICU admission, JB's kidneys failed. That could be the immune system attacking it. When that happens, the immune system can also attack the lungs simultaneously. And this pulmonary capillaritis, itis meaning inflammation, capil from capillary, which is the small blood vessels in the lung, and pulmonary referring to the lungs, can result in diffuse alveolar hemorrhage. Alveoli being the air sacs surrounded by capillaries where oxygen exchanges into the blood. The bleeding would be the fluid that's flooded into his lungs. And the bleed would be getting worse, coinciding with his kidneys suddenly shutting down in the intensive care unit. But the reason why this isn't likely is because nothing indicated that JB had autoimmune disease. Blood test didn't say it, past medical history didn't show it. So this was unlikely, leaving one final problem. JB had fluid in both lungs. Without evidence of pneumonia, this means that his lung blood vessels were leaking. He fell into shock when he arrived in the ICU. Both of these together suggest viral infection. And given that he had recently been in Argentina before he had the fever, this suggests one virus that wasn't tested for when doctors looked at pneumonia because it doesn't cause pneumonia. Rather, it suffocates the person by flooding their lungs with fluid. This one is called hantavirus. In the intensive care unit, doctors order serologic and molecular testing for hantavirus. This is not a standard test because this is not a common problem in most places on this side of the Earth, but it came out positive. What's hantavirus? The original name was Hantan virus from the Hantan River in Korea. This exact location tells us how this was rediscovered in modern English. In 1951, United Nations troops stationed by the Hantan River started reporting an epidemic hemorrhagic fever that would end in kidney failure. At the time, they didn't know what it was that caused it, and they didn't know how it was happening. 27 years later, Dr. Ho Wang Lee was able to identify what caused that hemorrhagic fever. He found out it was a virus that's first hosted in infected rodents before it being passed on to humans. He named this the Hantan virus. It looks like it had been described and alluded to in ancient Chinese texts from thousands of years ago, describing inflammatory fever diseases that ended in kidney and lung disease. For sure, this appears to have been a known entity to locals for centuries. When scientists looked closer, they found that this virus had been circulating around a much wider area than previously thought: Korea, China, Japan, Russia, and getting as far as Scandinavia. And when we started developing the technology to sequence genomes, we found out that many viruses in different geographic locations were genetically similar to Hantan virus. They were related, though just slightly different, and this is where the hantavirus family comes from. One reason why there's a distinction among family members here is that the illness caused by each virus can be a little bit different. Overall, they either cause kidney failure or they cause cardiopulmonary failure, just like in JB's case. And at least during the time of Dr. Ho Wang Lee, it was found that most all of the viruses in the family were transmitted to humans through airborne particles of infected small animal feces. You inhale them, and then it gets you. However, there was a pivotal discovery that linked the Americas with these Eurasian hantavirus species. On May 14th, 1993, a 19-year-old man was driving through the Four Corners to go to his fiance's funeral when suddenly he couldn't breathe. He had no known health problems. He was a marathon runner. He stopped at a local gas station because regular people back then didn't have cell phones, and then he called for help. An ambulance arrives, but before it does, he collapses because he can't breathe. In the emergency room, they find that fluid had filled into his lungs, and within minutes of arriving to the hospital, he's not alive anymore. This didn't make sense. Someone this young and healthy shouldn't pass away like this. New Mexico office of the medical investigator was contacted, and the investigator at the time was totally shocked because a few weeks earlier, a young woman nearby had also passed away in the same manner. She was previously healthy too, but then suddenly she had trouble breathing, collapsed, and then it was over. At autopsy for both patients, doctors noticed that there was nothing structurally wrong with their lungs. They just suddenly filled with fluid, and then their lives were over. Something very bad was happening. That 19-year-old man's fiancée, he was going to her funeral. Why did she pass away? Investigators found out that she was only 21. She had passed away only a few days earlier. She was also a marathon runner just like her fiancé and previously healthy. During her autopsy, a different doctor who was present, he immediately remembered a recent consultation that he was a part of, involving two more young, previously healthy adults who collapsed after suddenly not being able to breathe, and then subsequently passed away. Both of those patients had unexplained pulmonary edema. New Mexico Department of Health sent a letter to Arizona, Colorado, and Utah because it appeared that there was an occult illness happening right at the border, and they received responses. Multiple cases of a mysterious illness that all presented the same way in previously healthy patients had been reported all around the Four Corners, and even worse, it was 80% mortality. CDC was asked for help. They tested autopsy samples for gene samples of various pathogens, and it was here where they saw something that had never been seen before. Public health officials went to homes of the deceased. They found rodents in and nearby the buildings. They collected them, tested them, and found that these rodents had the same pathogen genetic material that these patients did at autopsy, meaning that something was passed on. When they were able to grow it, they discovered a virus that was previously an undescribed species of hantavirus. This is the first time a cluster of infections was formally described in the Western Hemisphere. But there was a problem. Infected small animals were the only known vectors to hantavirus known at the time, and massive quantities of small animals, enough to mutate an entirely new species of hantavirus, can't easily get from Asia to New Mexico, meaning that this species had always been here. But why was it showing up in 1993? Not too far from the Four Corners, there were persistent rains all over the western United States in 1993. The rivers that feed into the Mississippi River started overflowing, and after several months, the water became so much that the Mississippi River itself flooded. This was one of the worst floods in U.S. history, but Where did that rain come from, and what does that have to do with hantavirus? On July 16, 1990, there was a magnitude 7.8 earthquake in the Philippines. 2 weeks after the quake, local residents reported steam was coming from a nearby volcano. Over the next several months, successive earthquakes were felt until April 2, 1991, when that volcano, Mount Pinatubo, erupted. It sent 20 megatons of sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere and triggered a volcanic winter. The global temperature dropped half a degree Celsius for 2 years into 1993. This created abnormal conditions for excessive precipitation in North America, causing a river flood, but also the Four Corners also had massively increased rains, and this is where it connects to hantavirus. In spring of 1993, a sudden influx of biologists came into the Four Corners region to study. The rodent population had exploded by 10 times because there was an increase in local vegetation due to increased rain. Public health officials at first didn't realize this, but once they made the connection, they realized with more rodents, it means that there was more chance for rodents to get infected, and more chance for an infected rodent-associated disease to be transmitted to locals, meaning hantaviruses had already existed in North America. It's just that we hadn't directly observed it yet for multiple reasons. In 2025, a high-profile case of sin nombre hantavirus was reported. That's the one from the 1993 outbreak. Betsy Arakawa, wife of Gene Hackman, had passed away in her home in New Mexico, while his dementia had progressed to the point where he didn't realize what was happening. She very likely felt ill for days after her first exposure and then suddenly couldn't breathe, and it was found to be hantavirus. It is endemic in this region of the country. Finding her case is a legacy of this direct observation of hantavirus in this region. But in 1993, this region still wasn't quite aware of it. And why? Well, this is not a densely populated part of the country. If cases had shown up in the past, they were probably one-offs that were hard to identify without multiple cases showing a pattern. You can see it happening in real time as the 1993 outbreak was unfolding at first from the 19-year-old man. It would have looked like people suddenly collapsing for no reason, but with 10 times more rodents in an area than normal, clusters of cases will draw attention and allow investigators to connect ideas. But when it was identified in 1993, scientists wanted to know, is this North American species different than the hantaviruses found in Asia? And if South America has different small animal species, and this virus is transmitted through infected animals, is it possible that South America has different hantaviruses too? And the answer to both was yes. Argentina, 1995. 2 people in a rural area in the south suddenly stopped breathing. At autopsy, doctors found hantavirus genetic material in the lungs and the liver. When they compared it to known hantaviruses, it was distinct, and they named this one the Andes virus. This was interesting because if it was spread by infected rodents, well, South American rodents are different from North American ones, and while they didn't know which rodent could transmit this Andes virus at the time, it wasn't very long until they found out that Andes virus can be transmitted from human to human in a small cluster of infections in the same town where the virus was first found the year earlier. This brings us to 2026. A group of people boarded a cruise ship in Argentina, near where Andes virus is known to be. 5 days later, one of the passengers started feeling ill, and 5 more days later, he wasn't alive anymore. No one knew what happened. When the ship arrives at St. Helena Island 13 days later, on April 24th, his body was examined at the hospital. His wife, who accompanied his body, wasn't feeling well. The next day, she took a flight from St. Helena Island to Johannesburg, South Africa. When she lands, she collapses at the airport and then passes away. The cruise company hadn't confirmed that these deaths were related to a medical situation on board that boat. But the same day, when the wife passes away, another passenger on the boat becomes ill. He's evacuated to South Africa and admitted into the intensive care unit. 5 days later, on May 2nd, another passenger aboard the ship has difficulty breathing before suddenly passing away. From the patient still alive in South Africa, doctors are able to confirm that he has hantavirus. World Health Organization is contacted, and they were able to identify 7 total cases of hantavirus aboard the ship, and including the deceased as of early May 2026. And it was here where the WHO was able to confirm this was Andes virus. This is the one that can be transmitted human to human, and evidence was already mounting before it was confirmed that this was the causative agent. Started from Argentina, the ship's doctor, who would tend to those who feel ill, started getting sick himself and had to disembark the ship to get medical treatment. Andes virus is a different hantavirus species than what JB likely suffered, and the reason that we know this is because Argentina has multiple hantaviruses, unique to different regions. Andes virus comes predominantly from the south. JB got sick in the north, but despite all of this, the illness is still more or less the same in that there's a sudden cardiopulmonary collapse that follows a period of time where the patient will feel sick. So that's why it's important for you to get medical attention immediately if you feel sick, especially during times when alarm bells for hantavirus have been raised in your local area. There's no direct medicine to give for hantavirus cardiopulmonary syndrome as of the time that I'm publishing this. It's supportive care. It's the tube down JB's throat for the machine to breathe for him. If that doesn't work, then it's redirecting his blood to a machine that oxygenates it for him and pumps it back into his body. Over time, it's known that the body does eventually clear out the virus, taking out the fluid that fills into the lungs and allowing the person person to be able to breathe once again normally. And all of this is possible if the person sought and received the correct care in time. So there's a few things here to know. Some people are concerned, and rightly so, about the 2026 cruise ship outbreak because there's passengers who disembarked the boat after the announcement that someone had died on board. I haven't been on a cruise for a long time, but I can't imagine if I would be okay knowing that there's a dead body on the ship for my vacation for 2 weeks before anyone does anything about it. Where are they keeping the body? Is it in the room next to mine? I hope not. But if this virus can transmit from human to human, and that virus was circulating among the passengers, and there are passengers who left early, is it possible that they could be spreading it out to everyone around them in their hometown? That's a question everywhere in the news right now. And it's possible, and the only real experience that's known about this comes from southern Argentina in the 1996 case cluster, and a second one that happened in 2018. One person had gotten infected. They were ill while at a birthday party, and people at the birthday party who sat close to this person subsequently got sick 17 to 24 days afterwards. One of these people had a very active social life and went on to infect 6 more people before he was symptomatic, and 16 days after symptom onset, this person stopped breathing, and it was over. His wife had a fever while attending his wake, and 10 people who came into close contact with her during the wake became ill 14 to 40 days afterwards, and in total there were 34 people getting infected and 11 deaths from this 2018 outbreak. Something important to note from this: no healthcare worker who treated the infected patients got infected themselves, and medical teams are exposed to every single body fluid possible during treatment. They did have protective equipment on, but it wasn't uniform across all the different hospitals. Now keep in mind, we're speculating whether or not human-to-human transmission comes from saliva droplets and other bodily fluids. Some of the transmission described between patients in this paper is a little ambiguous. For example, this patient is reported as his daughter. This method of transmission is a valid topic to bring up. However, I hope something in here was reported incorrectly. And also simply saying hi. Very possible Andes virus can be transmitted through saliva droplets like sneezes, but we just don't know enough right now. But what we do know is that the difference between this and 2020 is that back in 2020, we had never seen that before. It was kind of similar to something that we saw in 2002, but also not really. And the unknown part in the very early months of that year was the scary part. But this Andes virus has been known for 30 years. The 1996 and 2018 cases demonstrated that the virus had no mutations in that time period. And it looks like in the 2026 situation, it hasn't changed much again. That's not to say it won't change going forward, but we can only act on the information that we have now. If it changes, then adjust accordingly. The point of this is that we know what to do in cases of hantavirus. And it's good that the alarms have been raised so that should a case come through, the medical team will know what to look for. What is particularly dangerous is when the medical team doesn't know what they're looking for and diagnose hantavirus as something else, like a pulmonary embolism, atypical pneumonia, or pulmonary capillaritis. That's why I showed the differential diagnosis in JB's case. This is unlike January through April of 2020, where that pathogen really was something new. This isn't new. We've known about it for decades in America, millennia in Asia. This is a data point that one should be aware of. Take note of. You should take the precaution of making sure that your hands are clean by washing after you come home. Wash your hands before you eat. If you feel sick and have a fever, stay at home. And if you really don't feel well, go to the hospital. That's your data point. And those are actions for you to take because now the whole world knows about hantavirus. Should someone actually have trouble breathing that descends to sudden cardiopulmonary collapse, they're more likely to get the right care that they need than compared to the time before hantavirus cruise ship story came out. Now, doing those 3 things and paying attention are all the brain power that I personally will dedicate to this. And that's my humble recommendation to you as well. For JB, he was in the intensive care unit for 40 days. During this time, his respiratory function and blood pressure gradually improved. His kidneys were able to completely recover. After physical therapy and rehabilitation, JB was able to make a full recovery. This is what a hantavirus cardiopulmonary case looks like. All hantaviruses that cause this syndrome more or less look like this. The renal hemorrhage version that's typically found in Asia looks a little bit different, but the 2026 cruise ship one is this cardiopulmonary one. When one gets the right treatment in time, they can make a full recovery. And good thing we're able to raise the alarm bells now, so that should any patient present to any given hospital with similar symptoms like JB, which are fever, confusion, shortness of breath, with low oxygen saturation and hypoxemia with a fever, and they may have had prior contact with someone who had hantavirus, the hospital should be able to order the right tests. They would still need to rule other things out just in case, and they'll be able to get everything in the right time so that they can deliver the correct care to that patient. Just based on the information that we have at the time that I'm publishing this, I'm not overly panicked about this. Be mindful, pay attention, have this in the back of your mind, take your necessary precautions, and continue on. Take care of yourself, and be well.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Chinese President Xi Jinping has warned of the potential for conflict between the U.S. and China over the status of Taiwan. President Xi's warning came after he hosted President Donald Trump at the Great Hall of the People in Beijing Thursday, where the two spoke for about 2 hours and 15 minutes. Trump had arrived in Beijing a day earlier aboard Air Force One, flanked by his son, Eric Trump, cabinet members Scott Bessent, Marco Rubio, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and billionaires Elon Musk and Jensen Huang, the CEO of the chipmaker NVIDIA. After Trump's talks with Xi, China's state broadcaster said the status of Taiwan remains the most important issue in China-U.S. relations.
If handled well, the overall stability of bilateral relations can be maintained. If handled poorly, the two countries will collide or even come into conflict, pushing the entire U.S.-China relationship into an extremely dangerous situation. Taiwan independence and peace in the Taiwan Strait are fundamentally incompatible.
Ahead of Trump's visit, U.S. lawmakers in both parties pressed the White House to move forward with the delivery of more than $11 billion in weapon sales to Taiwan, approved by Congress in December. Lawmakers are also pressing Trump to approve an additional $14 billion arms sale, including Patriot missiles and anti-drone hardware. Presidents Trump and Xi also reportedly discussed topics ranging from trade to artificial intelligence to the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran. Speaking at a banquet following the talks, President Trump invited Xi to the White House for a visit September 24th. We'll have more on President Trump's visit to China after headlines. The U.S. Senate has once again voted down a war powers resolution seeking to rein in President Trump's power to attack Iran. On Wednesday, 3 Republican senators broke from their party and voted to discharge the Iran war powers resolution from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But the motion failed in a vote of 49 to 50 after Pennsylvania's Democratic Senator John Fetterman voted against it. It's the 7th time the Senate's blocked a war powers resolution on Iran since Trump began airstrikes on February 28th. Israel's military targeted multiple locations across southern Lebanon overnight following another day of deadly attacks that came despite the U.S.-brokered April ceasefire. On Wednesday, Israeli strikes killed at least 12 people, including 2 children, according to Lebanon's health ministry. Today, the Trump administration is hosting Israeli and Lebanese diplomats for a 3rd round of peace talks. Once again, Hezbollah is not a party to the negotiations. Palestinian officials say Israeli police shot and killed a Palestinian man as he tried to scale the concrete barrier separating the occupied West Bank from Jerusalem. According to his brother, 44-year-old Zakaria Katusa had been attempting to cross into Israel to find work. He leaves behind 4 children. Elsewhere, Israeli settlers killed a 16-year-old Palestinian teen in the town of Sinjil, north of Ramallah. Health officials say Yusuf Ali Yusuf Kabna died from a gunshot wound to the chest. The killing came as Israeli settlers, backed by soldiers, assaulted shepherds and stole large numbers of their sheep. Meanwhile, a new study finds a dramatic increase in Israel's attacks on the Gaza Strip in the 5 weeks since it halted its airstrikes on Iran. The conflict monitor, ACLED, found Israel carried out 35% more attacks on Gaza in April than it did in March. All the attacks came despite a U.S.-brokered ceasefire that was supposed to have taken effect in October. This is Faiza al-Ajrami, a displaced Palestinian in tent in Gaza City.
The war has not stopped yet. The war has not stopped in order for me to worry that it will return. The war is ongoing. The bombing continues, and every day we hear that there are martyrs here and there. There is grave danger everywhere. Every moment we are expecting a missile to fall on us, on my son or daughter. We are scared.
A federal judge in Washington, D.C. has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from sanctioning Francesca Albanese, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. On Wednesday, U.S. District Judge Richard Leon ruled the Trump administration likely violated Albanese's free speech rights when it barred her from traveling to the U.S., froze her assets, and prohibited banks and other companies from doing business with her. The sanctions came after she recommended the International Criminal Court pursue war crimes prosecutions against Israeli and U.S. officials. To see our interviews with Albanese, visit our website at democracynow.org. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he made a secret visit to the United Arab Emirates while the U.S. and Israel were bombing Iran earlier this year. On Wednesday, Netanyahu's office said the visit, quote, marked a historic breakthrough in relations between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, unquote, coming after Israel and the UAE agreed to normalize relations in 2020 under the Abraham Accords. Emirati officials later issued a statement denying Netanyahu's claims, calling them entirely unfounded. The U.S. Senate voted Wednesday to confirm Kevin Warsh as the next chair of the Federal Reserve. He was approved on a vote of 54 to 45 after Pennsylvania Democrat Senator John Fetterman joined all 53 Republican senators voting in favor of his confirmation. Warsh replaces outgoing Fed Chair Jerome Powell, whom Trump nominated to the position in 2017. Trump later turned on Powell and attempted to force him out of his role after the Fed resisted Trump's demands to lower interest rates. Following Wednesday's confirmation vote, Massachusetts Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren said, quote, Trump wants to control interest rates, and he nominated Kevin Warsh to be his sock puppet. Warsh's confirmation is another step in Trump's attempt to take over the Fed, she said. The Trump administration's withholding $1.3 billion in Medicaid reimbursement payments from California after top officials accused California of failing to adequately address fraud in its Medi-Cal program. It's the latest in a string of similar actions targeting states run by Democrats. Vice President J.D. Vance announced the sanctions at a White House event Wednesday.
This does not have to be a red state or a blue state issue. This is just basic good government. However, states like California, states like Hawaii, states like New York have completely not taken the fraud issue seriously in the Medicaid program.
California officials condemned the Trump administration's actions. Governor Gavin Newsom said the growth of home health care placements in California was due to, quote, keeping more people out of far more expensive nursing homes, unquote. Senator Alex Padilla wrote, quote, let's be real, this isn't about fraud. It's about punishing a state that didn't vote for him. Political retribution, plain and simple, Senator Padilla said. A former private prison official is expected to be named acting director of ICE. David Venturella is the former senior vice president of the private for-profit prison company Geo Group, which has received hundreds of millions of dollars in government contracts to run ICE jails and track immigrants through GPS ankle monitors. Meanwhile, the DHS Inspector General is investigating a $38 billion warehouse purchasing program touted by former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to set up ICE jails. This comes as Public Citizen released a report detailing that half of immigrants who are detained for more than a few days end up in the government's so-called voluntary work program, earning just $1 per day, about 12.5 cents per hour. More than 60,000 immigrants are currently held in ICE jails across the U.S. Louisiana State Police and a local sheriff's department will pay more than $4.8 million to settle a wrongful death lawsuit brought by the daughter of a black motorist who was beaten, dragged, and electrocuted to death during a 2019 traffic stop in the city of Monroe. Family members said police originally told them Ronald Green died in a car accident, but the Associated Press obtained video showing Louisiana state troopers tasing, beating, and taunting Green, leaving him unattended face down on the pavement for more than 9 minutes as officers refused to render aid, instead washing blood off their own hands and faces. Green died before reaching the hospital. In 2022, 4 Louisiana state troopers and a Union Parish sheriff's deputy were indicted on state felony charges, including negligent homicide. But most of those prosecutions failed, with just 2 of the officers pleading no contest to misdemeanor battery charges. The Justice Department said in January last year it would not pursue federal charges against the officers. To see our coverage of Ronald Green's killing, go to our website, democracynow.org. 2 weeks of clashes in the south of Sudan have killed 61 people, including children, according to the Sudan Doctors Network. The fighting started earlier this month between forces linked to the rebel group Sudan People's Liberation Movement North and the Otoro tribe in South Kordofan. This comes as the UN human rights chief warns drones caused more than 80% of civilian deaths in Sudan during the first 4 months of this year. The conflict, now in its 4th year, has killed at least 59,000 people, displaced about 13 million, and pushed much of Sudan into famine. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum on Wednesday denied reports CIA operatives have carried out targeted killings of cartel members inside Mexico. The denials come as CNN reported this week CIA officers have directly participated in assassinations of cartel members, including a car bombing on a busy highway outside Mexico City. This is Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum.
CNN, which is supposedly an internationally respected media outlet, published a truly sensationalist report. And what was its aim? To say, just imagine that CIA agents are operating on national territory, even to kill someone. Just imagine how big a fabricated lie a story like that is. It even surprised me, because even the CIA spokesperson came out and said it was false.
And Israel qualified for the Eurovision Song Contest final on Wednesday amidst massive protests and calls for boycott over its inclusion. Pro-Palestinian and anti-genocide chants from the audience were reportedly censored during the semi-final broadcast. Over 1,000 artists signed an open letter under the No Music for Genocide banner, demanding the European Broadcasting Union, EBU, ban Israel from the contest. Amnesty International says the EBU, quote, betrayed humanity by allowing Israel to compete. This is a protester on the sidelines of the Eurovision semi-finals.
It is simply hypocritical to claim that the Eurovision Song Contest is meant to be a celebration of peace, whilst Israel has been committing what amounts to genocide in Palestine for nearly 3 years. I believe this is a gross injustice, and that is why we are protesting here.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Settle down, brother. This is the Quarter Report. South Africa's a movie. Welcome to the watch party. Did you know? Save you from terrible failing local governance. Did you know, down, brother? This is the Quarter Report. South Africa's a movie. Welcome to the watch party. Did you know that there is a minister whose job it is to save you from terrible failing local governance? Did you know that there's a minister whose job it is to institute disaster management when there are horrific natural and man or human-made crises like the devastating storm that has absolutely ransacked and demolished large parts of the Southern Capes, the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape? There is literally a minister whose job it is, when you are being failed by your locally elected leaders, to intervene and put a stop to that, to improve and genuinely, in some cases, save lives and save communities. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Obviously, the traditional affairs part of this minister's role is super important, but today we're going to focus on the COG part. Cooperative governance, yes. The COG part of this. Velenkosini Tlhabisa, the current COGTA minister, I would argue, is the most important minister in South Africa. Many people have never heard of him, particularly if you're not politics obsessed and particularly if you're not from KwaZulu-Natal. And yet, he's so important that we should all care about him, know about the powers that he has and what he is doing and not doing with them. We're also going to be talking about, hopefully, this is the last show you will get from us while Orlando Pirates are not national champions of South African football. Okay, elsewhere, please like, subscribe, and follow if you haven't already. It really helps us. Thank you so much to all of the members, and there are more every day who are clicking join on YouTube to give us 100 Rand a month. Go onto our merch store, www.3beaniesnetwork.com, and buy some epic TBN merchandise. Go check it out today. It's winter, it's cold, we have beanies. And finally, if you'd like to advertise on the show, like Strauss & Co. is doing, and we'll get to another epic story from Strauss & Co. about an incredible South African artist a little bit later on in the show. If you'd like to advertise on the show, email us at contact@3beaniesnetwork.com. James, what do you know about Velenkosini Tlhabisa?
I know that he's the leader of the IFP. He's got good style.
Has he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He always looks like he looks like what I imagine a politician should look like. He's like an elder statesman kind of vibe.
Okay.
Yeah.
By that, do you mean he looks like a school principal?
Yes.
Well,
but
funny
that
you
is
should
actually
say that.
he is the school principal of South African politics, basically.
But he also was a school principal.
Oh, really?
He's a teacher and a good manager of teachers. So, part of his come up is the story about how immensely popular and successful he was as a teacher, at least according to people who've spoken on the record, who might all be his fans. We know how politics works. The IFP did fairly well in the last local or the last national elections in KZN, considering the sweeping rise of the MK party. The IFP has always been a thorn in the side of the ANC in South African history, but particularly in KZN.
Feels like quite an understatement.
This show is not about the history of Inkatha, then known as the IFP. But the IFP has continually been a political thorn in the side of the ANC in modern South Africa and KwaZulu-Natal, appealing to Zulu voters. The IFP was then devastated by Jacob Zuma's rise to power in the ANC, then attracting former IFP voters, Zulu people, to vote for the ANC. And when Zuma was kicked out, it looked good for the IFP to recover a lot of those voters. And they have remained consistently not great, massive performers, but big enough performers. And that's how the IFP has a premier, Tami Ntuli. We've covered that on this show. But that's also how the IFP ended up in the government of national unity, where their leader, Velenkosini Tlhabisa, was made Minister of COGTA. Now, let's quickly talk about specifically the part which is cooperative governance. And I love their theme. Do you know what their slogan is? Every municipality must work. Oh, that would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice?
Copyright.
Not when I sing it. I sing it so badly, there's no way anybody's going to pick that up.
Yeah, but the words.
The algorithm cannot understand a South African accent. I think we're fine. Okay. Every municipality must work, says the Cooperative Governance Department of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Let me tell you broadly what their jobs are in the COG side of COGTA. Municipal intervention. The minister can intervene in municipalities that fail to meet executive obligations, including appointing administrators, dissolving councils, or implementing financial recovery plans. Yes, you heard it right. There is a minister with the power to appoint administrators to take over where your local government has so utterly comprehensively failed you. There's a minister with the power to dissolve the council that may have been popularly elected but has since then basically, the extent to which they have screwed up at their jobs probably constitutes as a crime under the Public Finance Management Act and a raft of other laws. And there is a minister with a power over a department to implement financial recovery plans for your municipality. How do not more South Africans know about this? This minister, given that maybe one of the biggest crises in South Africa today is municipal incompetence, failing government, corruption, maladministration, lack of care, irregularities. We spoke just yesterday about how the ANC in the Eastern Cape has been put on notice because the provincial government hasn't handed out hundreds of millions of rands that were supposed to go to municipalities. Municipalities have then had to go into debt to pay for service delivery while waiting for the money that they are owed. And a lot of the times just can't do the service delivery they were supposed to because they cannot even secure the money to deliver those services while the provincial government has not given it to them. Just now, COGTA has the power to intervene to stop that incompetence and that failing provincial government from continuing its epic mismanagement, which really affects everyday lives of South Africans in the Eastern Cape.
If we had a consistent electricity in Johannesburg, I would want to create like a Chlabisa bat signal. So we could like launch off like Ponte Tower or something like that just to call them. Because as you were describing all the different responsibilities, I was like, yep, exactly. We need that. We need someone to cut. They're basically like the sweep up. Like after a mess has been made.
Much like Bassman, Chlabisa is truly not the hero most of us want in that we didn't vote for him, but he's the one we need right now.
Desperately need.
He is also in charge of disaster management. No, Gift of the Givers is not explicitly in that government role, although they usually do a tremendous amount of excellent work in that direction. But under the Disaster Management Act, the minister has the authority to declare a national state of disaster, making regulations to manage, prevent, or alleviate disasters. It's literally the minister's job to intervene and make sure that there is effective cooperative governance between local, provincial, and national levels of government, departments, and councils to counteract or to deal with, react effectively to epic disasters like the Cape storms that we've seen in the last week or so. So it's a massive deal. Let's talk about moments just during Chlabisa's reign where he has actually intervened and he has, taken over local councils. So you may not have heard of Dissociation, but Dissociation municipality is, amongst those who know, commonly considered one of the worst crises, one of the worst failures of local government in modern South Africa. Epic, endless service delivery failure, epic, endless financial irregularity causing monies and budgets to go missing and not be spent. In 2022, Dissociation municipality was dissolved and reconstituted, but has continued to experience, according to COGTA, political instability, administrative dysfunction, and financial deterioration. The municipality has adopted unfunded budgets, much like Joburg, as we've just discovered, for 5 consecutive years, meaning budgets that they don't have the money to pay for, accumulated over 1.6 billion rand in unpaid creditors. That means that they owe 1.6 billion to creditors from their debt. They've defaulted on salary and ESCOM payments and failed to implement court-ordered recovery measures. Their revenue collection is low, can't fund operations, service delivery has stopped, they have unreliable water and electricity supply, non-compliance in waste management, meaning waste piling up on the streets and becoming a public health safety risk and a hygiene risk, and stalled infrastructure projects. So just that. So what did COGTA do in response to this? They created technical oversight. They deployed multidisciplinary executive teams to provide technical, financial, and governance expertise. That sounds great. They trained counselors. They trained finance staff. They did a skills audit and an employee verification process. And they've implemented financial recovery plans and intervened to investigate corruption, maladministration, and irregular appointments. They've done institutional reforms to address political instability. They've created strict financial controls. This is all within the power of one minister to do this much good. And if you're wondering, what would it be like if someone intervened in my municipality with those kinds of measures? It's possible. They've done it already in Ditsabotla as well as other places.
What's so irritating is this: all these things that you're describing just feel like they're the basics. It's like, why does that not exist already? Like financial oversight and training of municipal workers.
Yeah. It's COGTA's job to do that.
No, but like that should have existed already. Why is that not?
Yes.
Or
it's the bare minimum.
Yeah. Or why is that not effectively being carried out the first time? Why does it have to happen a second time?
So Chlabisa stabilized Mfuleni local municipality's debt crisis, and from that Mfuleni local municipality has resumed to normalize operations after the minister and the department's intervention. They resolved the bank accounts due to Eskom's claim of 8.7 billion rand to ensure that staff were being paid. This is really basic functioning that COGTA can and must do. But coming up next, we're going to talk about why sometimes they don't and why in some cases they haven't yet. And we're also going to talk about what they threatened to do yesterday in Nelson Mandela Bay. It's a really important story. But now, as part of our continuing series with South Africa's leading auction house, Strauss & Co., I need to tell you another incredible story from South African history, because we need to appreciate and care more about our greatest artists and appreciate them the way that we automatically appreciate and care about and know about internationally renowned artists. Our art scene is only as powerful as our love for it and interest in it, and our artists are more than capable and deserving of getting more attention and support. William Kentridge is one of our most famous artists globally, but I want to remind you, look, I was technically alive, but not old enough to interact with it yet. I was a couple of months old. But in 1994, William Kentridge actually directed a music video for Mango Groove. William Kentridge directed the music video for a song called Another Country, and he did that using, if you are unfamiliar with Kentridge's work, he sometimes and quite often uses charcoal-drawn stop motion, charcoal-drawn images, and he created charcoal-drawn images and turned them into a stop motion style music video that dealt with a lot of themes coming into the new South Africa. There's this one very, very famous scene where he draws and depicts a radio to show that the apartheid government intervened to censor a lot of people, including artists and media, to deny the truth and to cover up their crimes. And currently on show at Strauss & Co. in Johannesburg. You can go see the drawing from that animation. James and I saw it a couple of nights ago when we went through. Would you like to know how much it's valued at?
I'm nervous.
Guess.
I would say north of $500,000.
Between 2 and 2.5 million.
Yes.
It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of bar.
It's a lot of bar. But we need to talk about how South African artists are creating work that is worth that much. So you need to go onto straussart.co.za. Remember, we have a giveaway. If you go onto straussart.co.za and make a profile and identify some of the artists that you're interested in, you automatically get entered into a lucky draw to get this extraordinary book of all of Esrom Lechai and Sidney Khumalo's most iconic works. They're the two most iconic sculptors, I would argue, or so two of the most iconic sculptors in South African history. There is just one book and not so many prints of it, each one valued at 4,000 Rand. Depicting all of their work from their careers in what is called a catalogue raisonné. So go on to straussart.co.za to enter into that competition and to RSVP, because I will be hosting a panel at Strauss & Co. in Johannesburg next Saturday, the 23rd of May, as they get ready for another auction and they participate broadly in the Latitudes art program in Johannesburg. So go check all that out. See you next Saturday. So let's talk about what's about to happen in Nelson Mandela Bay, because it's very important. Okay. So Nelson Mandela Bay, for a full 7 days, did not have a manager, city manager, or an acting city manager. More than 1 million people live there. Still been hit by floods. No executive leadership whatsoever. That is insane. Their city manager is suspended. They also have a chief operating officer who is currently or has been operating beyond their permitted 6 months. Kind of shouldn't be doing it anymore. Not supposed to be doing it anymore. There are leadership vacuums all over the place. And as we reported yesterday, as part of a wider crisis in the Eastern Cape of the provincial government not properly managing its finances to dole out money across the Eastern Cape to different municipalities to spend on things like service delivery. And so Nelson Mandela Bay could be placed under provincial administration if it fails to resolve a leadership crisis over the suspended city manager. That was the warning from COGTA MEC Zulile Williams, according to Andisa Bonani, reporting for the Daily Maverick. This is a textbook example of failing provincial government and COGTA saying, well, then we need to step in and we need to fix this because all of you together are screwing this up so monumentally, so catastrophically, and you're not doing your jobs. And obviously, government is an elected position, and we hope that there are democratic consequences and solutions for people doing a bad job. But in between elections, you need to have a system in place in government to stop the worst level of incompetence taking away or robbing people of basic service delivery. And that's what seems to be potentially about to happen in Nelson Mandela Bay.
Nelson Mandela Bay feels like one of those perennial stories in journalism. I feel like anytime a journalist is like, oh no, I don't have a story for this week, they're like, let me just go look at the government website there and see what Shundis is going down, because it is perennial.
It is insane
all year round.
Also, that the ANC leader of the Northern Cape, of the Eastern Cape, Oscar Mabuyane, reckons that he should be the next ANC and South African president.
Fascinating. Dululu is not the Sululu, ladies and gentlemen, and ladies and all of them.
It is jaw-dropping to me that somebody who exists by the grace of Gift of the Givers coming in to clean up his mess reckons that he should be the next leader of the ANC and South Africa.
That could be our power couple.
What?
Gift of the Givers and COGTA as like tag teaming. It's like COGTA can come in and deal with like the administrative side, and then Gift of the Givers comes in and does like all the practical stuff.
So here's where sometimes COGTA can get tricky, is the minister, up until recently, was generally an ANC minister. And it is extremely embarrassing when a minister has to intervene in their own party's municipality to avert governance disaster, which means that sometimes COGTA has historically moved very slowly and only intervened in certain municipalities in the worst case, shambolic, humiliating disaster scenario. So that is why in the past it has been tricky to expect COGTA to do much, because for COGTA to act would make the ruling party look worse. And why would their minister want to act in such a fashion? And another layer on that is, remember, a massive political organization has got a variety of competing internal relationships between politicians. And so for a COGTA minister to come in and say, we're going to dissolve this council and the ANC leaders on that council, that would upset the dynamics at local government level, which affects ANC branches who the national level needs support from. It affects power dynamics of like, okay, you're going to get this position in exchange, I'm going to get those votes, I'm going to get this support here, and you're going to get that kind of salary there. And that's why I was so excited when COGTA minister was awarded to a non-ANC minister back in 2024. That's for me the perfect dynamic, is the COGTA minister is not from the dominant ruling party, even in a government of national unity. The problem becomes in this ruling relationship, and there's no way to get away from it. But the danger becomes that even though it's more likely for a COGTA minister to act against the dominant party in many municipalities when they are not from that dominant overarching political party, they're still invested in keeping the coalition together. And when the COGTA minister comes from a party as nationally weak, as small fry, as small in power and influence and relevance as the IFP and the GNU, it makes me worry that the minister and the department will try at all costs to not intervene, to wait until something is so catastrophic as Nelson Mandela Bay right now before going, okay, well, I guess we have to, because they don't want to upset the greatest power dominance player in the GNU, which is the ANC. Ideally, the COGTA minister would come from a party who has a large amount of influence and weight within the GNU, like a party with a DA level of influence and sway, where they can tolerate and survive significant disagreement. Because that's the other consequence of the GNU, right? Is they built a coalition that is bigger than 50%, meaning even the smaller parties know they can be axed and the GNU will survive. They can be disempowered and the ANC will remain the dominant player in the ruling coalition. It's why as soon as all kinds of ministers get into power, they start really loving Cyril Ramaphosa. So that is the dynamic that is always at play around COGTA, which certainly affects how willing and quick they are to intervene. Now, of course, as you said yesterday, there's a danger of democracy being undermined, where you want COGTA to be slow to act in most cases because you want the will of the people to be done. And local government, if that council was elected by the popular vote of the people, you want it to be a last case disaster scenario for COGTA to intervene and overrule the will of the people by dissolving that council. You want it to be respected. So COGTA shouldn't be trigger happy in the way that they work, the COG part of that. But these are all the dynamics swirling around COGTA all the time that affect whether or not they intervene in your municipality to try and stop the rot there.
Despite our jobs, I think it's probably the thing I hate most about politics. And I find it really galling. The fact that one's job that is literal life or death for lots of people becomes a political tool or a political machination, deciding whether you act or not, whether you do something or not. That's something that I think about constantly.
Yeah.
And I think it's particularly dangerous when it does come to ministries like COGTA or departments like COGTA, where, you're going in to save people from terrible politicians.
Sure.
But the glimmer of hope that I do feel in this is the fact that Inon Godongwana has come out against the city of Joburg. And
the finance minister,
Yeah, the finance minister has come out against the city of Joburg for just being an absolute mess.
Yes.
I don't think that's controversial to say. And then also against the Eastern Cape, because that suggests to me...
I think it would be controversial if you didn't say that, given all you've already said about it.
But
like, oh, God, James.
But that suggests to me, like, Godongwana would not have done that without consulting some ANC people, because he is himself as an ANC person.
Although allegedly he didn't consult them on the VAT budget increase, to be fair.
Yeah, but that would suggest to me that municipalities like Joburg have become so embarrassing for the ANC as an example of their failure that the reins get released and you go after them, make them better. So that at least gives me a glimmer of hope in a very, very, very situation that there is a bottom. It can get so bad that politics can't even save you. No. My favorite pothole just got filled. It took 5 months and multiple cars have fallen into it, but it got fixed after 5 months.
It is amazing how things that we say just come around and around again. So Eric argued essentially last week on the show when we were in Cape Town that maybe the ANC is hoping that Enoch Godongwana taking local, even ANC municipalities to task will make it look like the ANC is trying to clean up shop from a national level as like an electioneering politicking tactic.
From crises that they created,
of course,
to be clear.
But like, I guess trying to create a gap between local and national. But of course, that's not good because the local government elections are coming. But Klami sent us a message, long-time listener and first-time recorder, this is on the WhatsApp line, about Godongwana. I get the feeling that he's trying to paint a good image of the ANC by playing finance police when it's already too late to the already failing municipalities the ANC governs. And right before the election, it reminds me of the time back in 2021 when, a few months before elections, we saw some sudden road constructions in my area, which was led by the ANC. Who did they think they were fooling? Because definitely not my grandmother. Shout out to your grandmother.
Shout out to Klami's grandmother.
Klami's grandmother. Anyway, thanks for the phenomenal work. Oh, thank you. And for keeping us informed. I really should read the whole message before I start reading. Whatever. Okay, before we get to more WhatsApp line and the YouTube comments, there's a lot that people have had to say this week. TBN quiz.
TBN quiz.
Yep. TBN quiz. TBN.
Very funny how many people have asked us for the full song as though there's a full song. Our dad yesterday.
I'll put it on the end of this episode.
Oh.
It'll play out as a coda.
Nice. That's cool. Okay, you forgot that yesterday was your day, so today ask me the question.
And I thought of one today.
And you forgot.
And I forgot it. Give me a pause. Just give me a second.
Maybe we should start opening up the TBN quiz question to the audience. Not today, because we're going to have to post this episode before they see it. But if you've got a great South Africa, as wide of an interpretation of history or modern as you like, question to ask us, put it on the WhatsApp line, 0607 613 or put it on a YouTube comment, and we will shout you out. And thank you for the question. Don't put the answer in the thing.
Yeah. Just the question.
Just the question. And because otherwise we'll see the answer before we go on the show. And we will feature them on the show from next week.
I have remembered my question.
What was it?
Please name a score line.
Oh, a score line.
That was named. No. Please name a score line that was named after a South African.
I know this. I worry that I told you this.
Sure. But do you know it? Do you know the answer?
So In London,
Yeah.
am I right?
I don't know if it's London, but
In London, England, for a short while, the cool bros yapping about soccer would call a 2-2 draw a Desmond.
for Desmond Tutu, obviously.
Which is amazing.
I also just love it. Yeah, you're right. That is the answer. But I
It's
also,
amazing.
but I also just love the idea that it has absolutely nothing to do with him besides his name. It's like they just heard the name Desmond Tutu so many times. They're like, oh yeah, let's just use that. But yeah, anyway,
It's
that's
a
not much of a
tutu.
TBN quiz because you got the answer right. But yes,
Oh, but it's a great
it's a
trivia
fun
question,
little
so
bit
why
of
not?
trivia. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so before we get into all the lovely people who've offered to make us a custom piece of machinery for the show, thank you so much to all of you who've given those offers. I need to address 2 messages about cars in response to James. One is going to upset you greatly. The other one might make you quite happy. So I'm going to start with Sally. Sally, one of our favorite recorders. Because she's great, but also because we get to say that vocal stem from that role model song. Okay, at James, yes to cars and coffee. I'm in the supercar club. Sally,
Sick.
come for a run with us sometime, but not
A run.
lots of space in the back of our Skyline for you. What's a Skyline?
Okay, so this is really interesting. This is actually genuinely interesting. So the Nissan's, I assume it's a Nissan Skyline.
Oh, it looks cool.
Can I see the
A
photo?
legendary Japanese automobile from
okay.
1957.
Oh, are you just googling it? You don't have a photo from Sad?
Produced from
No, no,
1989 to 2002. Am I stealing what
Sorry,
you
I was gonna just tell the story.
You tell them I'm gonna go get the WhatsApp line. It's in
Okay.
another room.
So the Nissan Skyline is a legendary. It can be a 4-door, but it's most popularly a 2-door like sedan coupe thing that Nissan was producing in the 80s and 90s. So the R31, which is like a very boxy style thing, was sold in South Africa. So there are lots of R31s, which are very cool. But the most legendary ones are R32s, 3s, and 4s. And they were known as the Godzilla cars because they pioneered. Japan was going through a massive economic boom during the 80s and 90s, and all the Japanese car brands were doing really well, and as a result, created these incredible cars because they were flush with cash and also could invest in technology, which is what Japan was known for.
Okay.
So the R32, 3, and 4 were these incredible 4-wheel drive monsters with legendary engines, and then they would be sent to places like Australia to go compete in races, and they were so dominant that they got banned from the racing series because they were that good, and they were known as Godzilla because it was like this Japanese monster that come and destroy things.
So is it a supercar?
I wouldn't call it a supercar.
Okay.
It's a sports car.
But do you want to go
It's
in the
an
back of Sally's
incredible-
Skyline?
I do want to go in the back of Sally's Skyline, but I want to know which one it is.
Okay,
Is it
a center picture?
yeah?
Yes.
Is it an R31 that was sold in South Africa, so like the 2.8,
Okay, well, we'll find
or
out.
is it an imported R32, 3, or 4?
Okay, I'm warning you in advance. This next question is going to upset you. You have 60 seconds.
Okay.
Because we have a lot else to cover on this show.
And use my timer.
No, I'm using
Okay.
it on my computer.
Okay.
Okay, you have 60 seconds. I'm going to say time starts now after the message. Earl sends a message on the WhatsApp line. Please tell James the Miura was not the first supercar. The SL300 Gullwing was. 3, 2, 1, go.
I understand how you could see it that way. However, you are wrong. No, this is it's hotly debated what is a supercar. I would argue that the Gullwing is not a supercar because it was purely race car derived and it was made purely for homologation. I personally believe that a supercar is like the Gullwing is a very, very, very high level sports car because it was used for sport, whereas the Miura was made purely to be the ultimate expression of a road car, and it was the first of its kind to do just that thing. So that's why I think it's like the Miura wasn't built to be a sports car. It was built to be the ultimate version of a car, which is why it's a supercar.
Cool. That was actually far calmer than Orfeo before we started the show, where you were frankly quite
I collected myself. But it is a very disputed thing. It's the same thing as like, what is a hypercar?
Okay, so we have a super fan from India called Harishikesh.
Shout out to Harishikesh.
And we wanted to know why he always listens to the show and frankly has great banter. He came up with Ramophobia. So Harishikesh says, I guess the main reason why I'm interested in South African politics is that it's similar enough to Indian politics where I can feel kinship, but different enough that I can feel the comedy without the sinking despair that comes from stuff that's closer to home. Don't rub it in, brother. And then Harishikesh goes on, because we were talking about whether or not we should try and do a current affairs podcast in India, because 1.4 billion listeners, can you imagine? And Harishikesh says, as far as you lot doing a podcast about India, I could see it, though the sheer number of moving pieces might make it tough. As well, I don't think you want the ANC to learn about Operation Kamala. Is this a Brat Summer thing? Operation Kamala, a tactic used by the BJP, that's the ruling party, to win elections that they've lost by breaking opposition parties so that they get enough defections to form a majority.
Yo.
Wild. Also, political parties have IT cells with troll armies at their command, which you might want to look out for.
Yeah, we already have that, unfortunately.
But not at that scale.
Bell Pottinger?
Not,
RET?
not at that scale. IT cells of probably tens of thousands of people across it, or maybe more. Actually, probably more than that, considering it's a country of 1.4 billion. And Kateko on the WhatsApp line was talking about when we were saying yesterday that objectively, unforgivably failing local governance screw-ups, the people in those positions should suffer personal consequences. You were saying financial.
I was saying a fine. You were saying they should go to jail.
Both. And Kateko says, hi, Dan and James. I think James might be thinking about malice and clawback. I work for a bank, and my contract has a malice and clawback clause, which allows my employer to take my pension to recover funds in the event of gross misconduct or gross negligence.
Whoa.
That's crazy.
Let's do that.
Malice and clawback are contractual mechanisms in employer compensation designed to recoup or reduce variable pay following misconduct, financial restatements, or serious risk management failures. Malice reduces or cancels unvested rewards, while clawback recovers compensation already paid. Let's make it hurt where it matters and relentlessly pursue the pensions of the public servants who mismanage, misappropriate, and misuse the public purse. This will allow us to recover the losses as well as disincentivize the inexcusable levels of negligence and malfeasance. Our audience is cool.
Do you realize what you've just done? You've just told Daniel about malice and clawback. Now I'm going to have to scale back the stuff that I say on this podcast in case I make in case I say something that relies malice and clawback.
You're largely competent.
That is the nicest thing he said about me on this podcast.
That's not true. Anybody who's actually listened to or watched this podcast will know. Justice for Dan. One of our favorite recorders on the WhatsApp line, 0607 6134367, saved in your phone, is Toast Seegers. He most recently created the TBN quiz jingle that you'll hear a little bit later on the show that people love so much. He recounted this extraordinary story to us when he heard that we were doing the Strauss piece about wanting to buy a Strauss & Co. piece of art and bidding really low on a piece of art, never thinking he would get it after a bottle of wine or two, discovering that he'd got the winning bid on this piece of art. And if you are listening right now, I'd recommend you go across and check it out. In fact, let's put it on the WhatsApp line because then Toast Seegers went to collect this piece of art and discovered that in his late night post Vino or during Vino bidding, he had bought a piece of art that was way bigger than he thought. So he then walked out with a comically big piece of art, almost the same height as him and far wider, that apparently now absolutely dominates his house, which is objectively hilarious. Okay, let's get to the final chunk of the show, which is yesterday we decided that we wanted the allegedly bat to be motorized and light spotted so that I didn't have to continually pick it up. We wanted to just be sitting back here, and whenever I have to say allegedly for a story, click a button, light turns on, bat flips around, and you see the allegedly side goes, and then it goes back to red. We reckoned that we had no ability to understand how to do this, but that our excellent, and as James said, mostly sexy, some sheep, some human audience.
I never said mostly. I said that our audience is sexually attractive, financially stable, very, very smart.
And tall.
And up to date on current affairs.
And tall. eTime97. Me and my colleagues listen to your show every day, and we work for a robotics company that ping pong bat idea is easily achievable using a servo motor and a microcontroller connected to a button or whatever. But you did not offer to make it for us. Okay, I don't know what a servo motor is.
Do you just not want to do anything?
No, I don't know how to. It's not a matter of not wanting to. I'm currently working on a series of live events in Johannesburg so that all of y'all can get out of my DMs. Okay, at Curvin2719, one of our longtime beanie members, he's got a green beanie, says, you know you guys are going to get all the nerdiest of nerds in your audience to either get some servos, what's a servo, or motors. They will then have to either make or 3D print a mount. Then they'll have to probably get an ESP32 microcontroller.
Es kommt zu push.
It was like a PlayStation. That was good. Learn some Python or C++ to rotate a ping pong bat. I have too many side projects, but I do think there might be a way to make this in a purely mechanical way. I sort of figured it out in my head while typing out how I would have done it a few weekends ago because I was still stuck at writing code for micro compressors. I'll get back to y'all. We got great audience. I'm not done.
I actually wanted to create like a pulley system where you like yank a chain and it goes.
We're not using chains and pulleys. That's insane. Zamo, first time recorder on the WhatsApp line, allegedly bat ingredients. All you need is a stepper motor, a 3D printed case for the bat, and about 80 rands worth of electronic components. And the skills. Zamo to pull this off.
Maybe we should create just for like members or something where someone gives us like a list of things to buy. We buy all the things and then we try on camera to figure out how to build this thing with no instruction.
Probably need like a glue gun or like a soldering iron.
A soldering iron, not a glue gun.
Okay, probably a glue gun.
Wow, you
we
really
did
do need
school.
Yeah, but you really need someone else to do this.
They had
for
glue
you.
guns.
I at least know that you don't need a glue gun for this process.
I'm sure there are ways which would require a glue gun.
Hypothetically, yeah.
No, in reality. Okay. Oh, then we got a message from Ibn. Hi, Dan and James.
Elizabeth.
You know what Ibn said? It was so naughty. He said, hi, James and team, and then a winky face. Justice for Dan. I work for a company called Micro Robotics. We sell stuff to make that bad idea a reality. You can search us on Google. We have 2 branches in Cape Town and Pretoria. We can also build it for you guys. We should check it out.
Yeah.
Okay,
it needs
so
to,
we've got
I think it would be
work to
cool
do.
if we had like a wooden stand with like a claw.
No,
like
then it
holding
looks terrible. It's got to look vaguely cool.
A wooden stand with like a hand holding the bat.
That sounds a little bit glue gunny, don't you think?
No,
plywood
it would be like
from
carved.
Builders
No,
Warehouse.
it would be like carved. Like
Builders
hold it.
Warehouse contacts us. We've got some
Yo,
great
you
packages.
You are an A-grade whore.
I love Builders
You're a
Warehouse.
slut of nerd.
I love Builders Warehouse. I was there like a month ago fighting a serious pigeon situation.
Oh yeah, guys, if anyone wanted an update on the pigeons.
No, don't.
It's not. Dan's enthusiasm for pigeons
Please
decreased significantly as they filled his balcony with shit. And then he had to get nuclear and buy like bleach and multiple times bleach out his balcony to make sure it wasn't a
I had to wear
biohazard.
a protective mask because I did some reading and Yeah.
They have diseases. All I'm saying is,
So do humans, though, so who cares?
why should I try and prove myself right when I can just wait
Yeah, no,
and
you
I
just
will be
copy that.
proven right over time?
I mean, that is just a very old joke that you didn't come up with. It's generally levied at soccer teams, so congratulations.
Yeah, and I co-opted it into the situation. Please enjoy the entirety. Please enjoy the entirety of the TBN quiz song to play us out with images of the Palo Palo shirt floating back and forth
that's a good
across the
idea.
screen.
That's a good idea.
Three.
And no. Oh, what this really is your show. Hey,
3, 2,
Orlando Pirates,
1,
please.
go.
Yep. TBN quiz, TBN, shop. Let's go.
Let's go.
TBN quiz.
So back in 2022, only a few years ago, police officers in, I believe it's Ohio, in the Midwest, where the rapper and music artist Afro Man lives, raided Afro Man's house. They raided it on completely ridiculous charges. It was like kidnapping charges. This man did not kidnap anyone. Obviously, somebody had reported that he had, kidnapped someone in his basement. And so the police raided his house. They broke down his gate. They trashed his house. They broke all this stuff. They went through all of his belongings. They tore apart his house. They had an AK-47 pointed at his children at some point. Afro Man was actually touring, so he witnessed all of this happen through his security cameras, which the police eventually ripped out of the walls. And they stole $5,000. He had $5,000 in cash, and they took that $5,000 as like evidence or something. So Afro Man started, first of all, he was not charged with anything because he didn't do anything wrong. And they were accusing him of trafficking drugs and all this stuff and kidnapping. Well, that didn't make any sense, and he wasn't guilty of any of those things. And they trashed his house and they raided him without cause. So what did he do? He responded by making songs about the police officers. He made these songs, they're very funny. And I don't want to get a copy strike, but let me just play I'll just play some of it. This is one of the songs that he made about the police. This is his house. So he used the footage from his actual surveillance camera of the police officers coming in to make a bunch. I think he released a whole album. And yeah, this is this lemon pound cake that his mother made. And one of the police officers, the sort of heavier one, stops and looks and does a double take on the pound cake. And he starts calling him Officer Pound Cake. And people started sending hundreds of pound cakes to the police officers, the police station. And they said this is like trauma. So he basically goes through and he makes this whole song, and it's all about his arrest and everything that happened. And he's calling out all the different the police department, etc. And then, of course, the police don't like this. The police take him to court, and they accuse him of defamation. And he won the defamation case. But the trial was hilarious, and there were so many good tweets about it. But yeah, so this is at one point, the lawyer asked him if he'd stop talking about the cops that raided his home.
What they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under
did.
the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office.
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video.
Lisa Phillips is one of the officers. And also the funniest part of this case is, oh yeah, this is the Randy Walters song. The funniest part of this case is at one point, they're trying to prove defamation, which means that they have to prove that he intentionally lied. And they question, I think it's Randy Walters. They question one of it's the sergeant. Randy Walters is a sergeant, and they have to prove that he didn't sleep with his wife. And Randy Walters couldn't say that Afro Man didn't sleep with his wife. Here's a Daily Show clip about it. Actually, it looks like they covered it.
Randy's wife. And this is generally the big challenge with the defamation lawsuit, because to win, you have to argue that a reasonable person would believe that Afro Man's claims were facts and not just jokes. And that's especially awkward because Afro Man also said he slept with Randy's wife. I'm sorry. How did he put it? Yes, thank you. Okay, so now poor Randy Walters had to argue that a reasonable person might believe that, which led to perhaps my favorite moment of the trial.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement, is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain.
in my life, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman. But we all know that's not true, correct? I don't know.
I think that was like the funniest moment because he literally could not definitively say that he wasn't that he didn't sleep with his wife. This is the song that he made about Randy Walters. It's called Randy Walters is a Son of a Bitch. And honestly, it is so catchy. Okay, so he just goes on and just trashes all of them. And then they have to sit there in court and basically deal with it. And some of them were crying over it. And it was ridiculous. And
why does the warrant say narcotics? Well, I know narcotics, but why kidnapping? Let me ask you something, officer. Any kidnapping victims inside my suit pockets? Are there any kidnapping victims inside my suit pockets?
So I think he does a really good job of basically criticizing them. So yeah, basically, I just appreciated, I think everybody that his lawyer did such an excellent job trying to explain to people, especially the police, why freedom of speech is important and also that these songs are not derogatory. So yeah, Afroman himself is kind of a kooky guy. This article from Mother Jones is talking about it. Like, he's hung out with Trump. He has been homophobic. But overall, he is not MAGA. I've seen people say that. He's kind of just like one of these people that like hates the government and hates both political parties. At least that's what he posted on Instagram, that he like doesn't identify with either. Which honestly sounds very libertarian. He lives in the middle of, I guess is it Ohio? Yeah, Ohio. And so, yeah, I think it's good. He's definitely not a perfect person, but it's good that he was able to win against the police and teach, I think, the police some important lessons. And this is his lawyer, who also wore a matching American flag tie. It's beautiful. And this is one of the I'm sorry, this is one of the police officers that's crying listening to like an objectively funny parody song about her. It's very ridiculous. And this is this is him. This is kind of like a good rundown. That person is crazy, so I'm hiding their Twitter handle. But this is a sort of like a good like rundown of the chain of events here, which is that they raided his house for nonsense reasons, and he made all of these funny songs. The police tried to sue him for it, and he won. That's like a big sort of like, I'm summarizing, but basically you should watch his videos. They're very funny. I think it's a really good example of parody and how it's important to protect free speech, because police constantly argue that they should be above criticism and they constantly try to take away other people's speech rights. And I think, again, you don't have to like Afroman, who is probably problematic in various ways, but he was correct in this case, and it's good that he won in this case because we want people to win. We want people to fight the police, and we want people to make videos mocking the police. That's great. We would love more videos mocking the police and more songs mocking the police. Somebody said they were coached to cry, and when the other officer's wife came in and said flat out they experienced no harassment, no death threats, and this didn't affect their lives at all, it fell flat. Yeah, no, I mean, he just made like funny songs about them, and people were sending pound cakes to the police station, which, as many people pointed out, is like a win. Like, oh my God, you got free pastries. So I think it's great that he won and prevailed, and I love his American flag suit, and I'm glad that he is taking a stand against the police. Even when libertarian people or MAGA people or whatever take a stand against the police, that is a good thing. We want the police to be under more scrutiny, and we want the police to understand that they are not beyond criticism. So I think it's great, and a lot of these songs are very catchy, and I literally have the Randy Walters song in my head nonstop. Also, they were calling him Officer Pound Cake. I can find the video right away, but like if you watch the surveillance video when he's walking, he like does do this like double take to look at the cake. So yeah,
That's what's funny when I remember.
We want them to maintain their right to say fuck the police. Absolutely, I know, and I think that is a very funny suit that he's wearing. It's very funny. So I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The cops also said they had problems counting the money, so they took the $5,000 from him, and then when he came to collect the stuff that they took from him on the raid, they gave him, I think it was
each have a private
$400 short, which meant they pocketed $400.
Thankfully,
Thankfully, when he went to the police station to collect his belongings and his money, he brought an entire TV crew with him, so all of this was on camera on TV, and And the TV reporter
But he
immediately
could
starts asking
jump.
the police, like, oh, why'd you short him, $400 or whatever? And they're like, oh my God, sorry, we miscounted. But I just think, like, from the
That's what
jump,
I'm
he did
saying.
this very well, and he did a really good
She
job of
can
generating media attention
run
around
with
this type of thing. Unfortunately, these types of raids happen all the time, right? And
Right.
most of the people that
Every
these
now
types of
and
things
again.
happen to they're not well-known
Of course.
entertainers. They're not able to go on tour and, release songs like this and challenge power. They probably don't have the money to
He's
back someone. Although I did see a very funny tweet that was like,
waiting for one
they're
of
like,
her
my secret
gigs.
conspiracy, I'm gonna get this wrong. They're like, my secret
Huh?
conspiracy is that like Afro Man has like a wealthy benefactor, much the way that like Peter Thiel backed Gawker, and that it's Dave Chappelle, because like Dave Chappelle is like another Ohio resident. But
Yeah, but I mean,
that is just hearsay.
is
If he
that
actually
a
just has the money, he
situation
hired a
of
lawyer, and the lawyer did a really good job.
monthly
It also seems to
salary
be,
or
like, some
when
crazy
she
libertarian
gets
guy.
sent?
But most people that have this sort of thing happen to them, it can be deeply traumatic. It could be deeply harmful. Like, it's lucky that his kids or family members didn't get shot, that he didn't get shot, that he wasn't there. So I think it's really great to call attention to how unjust these raids are, the type of absurd stuff that the police do, like seizing cash from people's homes, seizing people's belongings. All of this really unethical stuff. And it's good that he was able to shine light on that and teach the police a lesson. And hopefully this can educate more people about knowing their own rights, not only just to speak out against the police, but also, what is a justifiable raid and what is not. Obviously, there was a judge signed off on that raid of his home, but I would say it was with
Even a Gmail, we can take that to then forward
so
order.
yeah, somebody said his argument was
stuff to
basically, you guys came at me
right.
with guns. Hell yeah, I'm gonna bring a camera crew with me. Which yes, I'm glad that he did that. So shout out to Afro Man and congrats to him on his very well deserved victory. I think it's good that he won that case, and his songs are so now they're like
Right.
in my head. It's like when you.
That's what I found funny too. Maybe it finally came to a resolution.
Hi, it's Wednesday, May 13th, 2026. You're tuned into Why America. I'm your lawyer friend, Legia Miller. Yesterday, I mentioned the French Revolution, and y'all made it clear that you do, in fact, want an ADHD deep dive on the French Revolution, and I love that you guys are on board with my antics. The thing is, I'm not the first person to say, hey, wait, are things feeling a little like the lead up to the French Revolution right now, or am I crazy? This era has also been compared to the Gilded Age in America at the turn of the 20th century. One ended in a bloody headless massacre, the other in significant legislative reform. Two pretty different potential outcomes. So today, I'm talking French Revolution. Later this week, we're talking Gilded Age, and then you can decide for yourself where our future might be headed. I want to talk about history for a little bit because the headlines are so overwhelming and also underwhelming at the same time right now. You know what I mean? It's hard to pick a story every day to focus on from the myriad headlines coming out day to day. It's hard to know what matters. So I am disengaging for this week and just focusing on history for fun. Of course, history is not a means of foreseeing the future. We love to look at the past and say, well, this, and this happened, so the same will happen here. That's not really how things work. History doesn't repeat itself, but it definitely does rhyme sometimes, but usually in unexpected and hard to predict ways. And what's cool is that we are writing history every single day. So just because something went one way in the past, we aren't doomed to let history repeat itself. We can do what we can to work against it. I just wanted to preface this whole thing with that, lest ye think I'm telling you that by the end of this we'll have brought back the guillotine or something. This is just a fun historical thought exercise. It's also not a treatise on the French Revolution. Obviously, this is a 20-minute video on the internet. Actual tomes have been written for 250 years about the French Revolution, and the ADHD-fueled deep dive you could do is truly endless on this subject. And to this day, historians debate about the true causes of the revolution and how to interpret it. A few sources you might peruse if you would like to go down that rabbit hole further after this video are Season 3 of Mike Duncan's Revolutions podcast, The Oxford History of the French Revolution by William Doyle, or you can try an older classic book, The Ancien Regime and the Revolution by Alexis de Tocqueville. Okay, those are all my disclaimers. Let's get into it and take it way, way back to the 1780s. So even though everything seems really bad, one thing is still really, really good. Bread. I'm thrilled to say that my partner on today's video is Wild Grain, the first bake from frozen subscription box for sourdough breads, artisanal pastries, and fresh pastas. It's a carb box, y'all, delivered straight to your door. Wild Grain partners with small bakers and pasta makers across the country to bring you fresh carbs, like what more could you ever possibly want in life? Get that fresh sourdough without the work. They use slow fermentation that can be easier on your belly, richer in nutrients and antioxidants, and can help lower blood sugar spikes. And this is freezer to table in 25 minutes. Every item you receive from Wild Grain bakes in 25 minutes or less, so you can enjoy homemade quality whenever you want. Have you ever just had croissants on demand? Like, wow, I could really go for a buttery, delicious, hot artisanal croissant right out the oven, and bam, 20 minutes, you get it. It's truly thrilling. And they also have savory pastries as well. I recently tried their pepperoni pizza buns, and they were delicious. Great option to shake things up for movie and pizza night, you know what I mean? And it's so handy to just have croissants, breads, and oh yeah, giant chocolate chip cookies just on hand whenever you want them. And Wild Grain even offers completely gluten-free boxes and their new protein box. If you want fresh breads, pastries, and pastas delivered straight to your door, and literally, why would you not? Be sure to click my link in the description and use my code LEGIA30 to get $30 off your first box. Plus, you get free croissants for life if you use my link. You heard that right, free croissants for life if you use my link below along with my code LEGIA30. Honestly, you're welcome. Thanks, Wild Grain. Okay, so it's the 1780s in France. The king is Louis XVI. His wife is Marie Antoinette. The king's predecessors, Louis XV and Louis XIV, not a lot of creativity at this time in names, had seen a decline in the legitimacy of the aristocracy, so that by the time Louis XVI had the crown, the people were pretty fed up with the whole feudal system ordained by God thing. For a long time, France was ruled by the king as an absolute monarch, but his power was checked by a social hierarchy known as the Ancien Regime, which was made up of 3 estates. The first and highest estate was the clergy, the second estate was the nobles, and the third estate was literally everyone else. So like 95% of France's population was in the third estate. For a long time, it was virtually impossible to move between estates. However, by the 1700s, increased trade and manufacturing meant that a number of members of the third estate had increased their economic standing and entered the new bourgeoisie class. And peasants also aspired to throw off the last vestiges of the feudal system, own their land outright, and then all of them aspired to greater political power and influence. Part of this is also because of increased literacy and education and a lot of exposure to Enlightenment philosophers like Descartes, John Locke, Montesquieu, Voltaire, and Rousseau. Rousseau proved to be one of the more influential figures, and his ideas about equality, freedom, and the sovereignty of the people put a lot of pesky little ideas in the heads of the Third Estate. At the same time, economic uncertainty, starting in the 1770s, spurred on especially by various factors in the New World. The French support of the American Revolution cost France a lot of money, plus they had the 7 Years' War before that, and the French and Indian War before that. France was the most populated country in Europe at the time, so all of these issues compounded when in 1788, much of the country experienced catastrophic crop failures at a time when the system was under greater stress from the massive population. France was home to about 20 million people, the vast majority of whom lived in the countryside. Most lived at or below subsistence levels, experiencing daily poverty and just barely able to feed their families and exchange their work for a place to live and food to eat. This is how it was for most of the Middle Ages. The difference in the 1700s was that increased trade, especially with the New World, meant that capitalism had begun infiltrating into the lives of even the peasants. Cities were even worse, where work was hard to come by and disease meant shorter lifespans for inhabitants. Due to this widespread poverty, historians estimate about 90% of the peasant class lived at or below subsistence level. The main staple in most people's diets was bread, classic peasant food. Bread dependency meant that fluctuation in grain prices due to crop failures had cataclysmic consequences across the country. On top of that, a lot of nobles in the second estate were broke as fuck, and so they started intermarrying with the bourgeoisie of the third estate because they were the ones who had an actual income, creating grayer lines between the formerly firmly established societal order. In order to try to rebalance the economy and settle France's debts, the king's finance minister called an assembly of the nobles and a few representatives of the bourgeoisie to propose a tax on the privileged classes, classes which historically had been exempt from taxes. When that didn't work, they decided to call an estates general, a meeting of all 3 estates, something that hadn't been attempted since 1614. They met in Versailles in 1789. Immediately, they were divided over whether to vote by population or by hierarchy, because of course the third estate would have far more power if just population numbers were counted, whereas the smaller first and second estates were accustomed to having ultimate say in matters of rules. When they reached an impasse, the third estate broke off and created its own national assembly. Royal officials locked them out of the meeting rooms, and so the third estate went to the king's indoor tennis court and swore the tennis court oath, promising to write France a new constitution. When the king found out about it, he decided to tell the clergy and the nobles to join in this new assembly so that they also played a role in the writing of the new constitution. But at the same time, he didn't actually want any of that to be happening, so he started separately gathering the troops in order to break up the National Assembly. But turns out everyone knew about the drama unfolding in Versailles because of the pesky press freedom that the king had opened up a few months earlier. People had been revolting because of the economic crises for at least a year at this point, and when they found out that the king, who lived lavishly and spent irresponsibly while they starved, was attempting to overthrow the representatives of the third estate, that was the final straw in a mounting list of failures and grievances. On July 14th, 1789, just over 2 months after the Estates General had convened in Versailles to try to peaceably find a solution to the debts and write a new constitution, a mob of rebel Parisians stormed the Bastille, a medieval fortress on Paris's east side that was used among other things as a prison for political dissidents and was seen as a symbol of monarchical tyranny. And in the countryside, peasants began organizing and rising up against the lords who owned their land and collected taxes from them. By August, the National Constituent Assembly had abolished the feudal system and published the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, a sweeping and at the time radical document proclaiming the rights to liberty, equality, property ownership, and the right to resist oppression. Their orders made more than half the adult male population in France eligible to vote, whereas before, the power was concentrated in the hands of the 2 to 5% of the population that were clergy or nobles. The lands of the Roman Catholic Church, which owned about 10% of all land in France, were nationalized in order to pay off the public debt and redistribute property to the bourgeoisie and peasant landowners. This was also an attempt to de-Christianize France, one that backfired pretty catastrophically, especially among Christian peasants whose whole way of life kind of revolved around the church. An attempt was made to create a political system where the legislative and executive roles were shared between the king and the National Assembly, but King Louis XVI was unwilling to compromise on his power. In June 1791, he attempted to flee France, but but was caught and forcibly brought back to Paris. Many others did successfully flee, and these counter-revolutionaries, those nobles and royalists opposed to the French Revolution and in favor of the nobles and ruling classes, formed their own groups and armed militias on the borders of France and in neighboring countries. This led to wars between the countries of Europe that would last for years. France declared war against Austria in 1792, and Prussia joined the war a few months later. Marie Antoinette, born in Austria, encouraged her brother, the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold II, to invade France in order to stop the revolution. When the revolutionaries in Paris discovered this royal betrayal, they imprisoned the royal family, and they massacred the imprisoned noble and clergy members in Paris as well. The new assembly, the National Convention, abolished the monarchy and declared the establishment of the French Republic in September 1792. The National Convention had divisions of its own, with one group arguing in favor of setting up a bourgeois republic, and the other, led by Maximilien Robespierre, pushed for increasing the political and economic power of the lower classes, of the working man. They called themselves sans-culottes. Robespierre proved to be the more convincing leader. The convention judged the royal family guilty of treason, and by January 1793, King Louis XVI was beheaded by the guillotine, and Marie Antoinette met the same fate 9 months later. The increasing outside threat from pro-monarchy military forces across Europe led to greater popularity for the more radical Robespierre-led faction of the National Convention in France. His faction drove the pro-bourgeoisie faction from the National Convention in 1793 and imposed truly radical changes to the political, social, and economic landscape of France. They imposed government price controls, taxed the rich, created nationalized assistance programs for poor and disabled communities, called for free compulsory education, and confiscated and sold the land of the French nobles who fled before the war. They even set up an entirely new calendar system and developed the metric system. For many in France, however, these changes were too much and too fast. Uprisings across the country against the radical National Convention led to harsh governmental crackdown against dissidents, known as the Reign of Terror, the 10 months from September 1793 to July 1794, during which 300,000 people were arrested, 17,000 of them were executed, and innumerable more died in squalor in their prison cells or were killed without trial. By the end of the Reign of Terror, opposition was so strong to this radical, violent government that Robespierre was overthrown in July 1794, and he himself was sent to the guillotine. The National Convention quickly reversed course, getting rid of government price controls and abandoning the social laws and efforts towards economic equality. Another new constitution was written, which divided executive power from legislative power, putting the executive in the hands of a directory of 5 members and the legislative powers into 2 chambers. But ongoing war with Europe and continued unrest within France weakened the power of the central government, leading to numerous coups, most notably by a little guy named Napoleon Bonaparte in 1799, who abolished the directory and became the leader of France, ending the French Revolution era and beginning the Napoleonic era, during which time Napoleon attempted to bring the revolution to the rest of Europe with varying degrees of success. Now, what does all of that have to do with today, with this modern era? Where are the similarities? Let's discuss, shall we? So in 1780s France, you have great economic instability due to issues with trade, issues with crops and agriculture, and significant cultural unrest because of the growth of the middle class, of manufacturing, and the expansion of capitalism into more people's everyday lives. You also have increased exposure to new Enlightenment ways of thinking, but no one could really afford anything, while the wealthiest people had all the money and power. You also had numerous wars across the globe leading to significant national debt. That's a lot of similarities. Today, we have 50 years of the neoliberal experiment of fucking around coming to a head, entering its finding out era, with extreme wealth inequality and large numbers of people barely scraping by, while the power, political influence, and money all rises to the top 1%. You have extreme economic turmoil, spurred on not only from 50 years of neoliberalism and monopolization, but also the COVID pandemic and a 30% cost of living increase in the last few years that incomes never caught up with. Couple that with the revolutionary advancement in AI in an extremely short period of time, leading to a panic of people thinking that it's going to take their jobs, or even worse, completely decimate the planet, either through the coming artificial general intelligence or, more likely, through the environmental destruction that AI will cause. Add on to that the creation of social media, especially TikTok, and the short-form content model, which means more people are exposed to more information more easily, leading to the creation of factions, but also the greater dissemination of more and more radical information, but also the greater dissemination of different political modes, different ways of thinking, different ways of forming a government. At the same time, there is a dramatic breakdown of trust in institutions. We no longer believe that the Supreme Court can make logical and unbiased decisions. Media has conglomerated to the point that it's exclusively owned by evil, maniacal Lex Luthor types. The DOJ is exclusively going after enemies of the president while letting actual literal insurrectionists go free. Congress has completely abdicated all of its power in the name of allowing the executive branch to walk all over it, and the executive branch is dominated by unelected fringe lunatics who don't represent the will of anyone. That being said, there are many important ways in which 1780s France is very different from 2026 United States, obviously. The key areas where I think this is true is in our form of government and our economy. While yes, I think more and more people are being exposed to the ideas of communism, Marxism, socialism, especially democratic socialism, none of these ideas are as revolutionary as the Enlightenment was in Europe at that time, because they've been around for a while. We've known about them for a while. Democratic socialism is an accepted style of government in numerous countries in Europe. The French Revolution was inspired in part by the revolution in the United States, and both created or attempted to create constitutional democracy democracies or republics that had never existed before. They were completely new experiments, inspired by this revolutionary new thought brought about in the Enlightenment thinking. I don't think we have something that new or different or radical that I'm seeing being proposed by the people who want to see change happen in this country. Socialism, communism, everyone disappearing into the woods to live in communes off the land in harmony with one another, it's all been attempted before in some form or another. None of this is a new invention of the 21st century. Odds are that even if there was some sort of revolution in the United States, that the fundamental form of government wouldn't change as drastically as France did from a monarchy to a republic, and so quickly. Let's talk economic system. We are absolutely going through economic shocks right now. People are uncomfortable. The way we do work has dramatically and completely changed over the last 50 or so years. For example, as a lawyer, I literally wouldn't know how to practice law in the 1970s. The internet, COVID, and remote work, and now AI has fundamentally changed the nature of people's jobs, some more than others, in ways we're only really beginning to understand, but in ways that have laid economic inequality completely bare, whether you're getting laid off because of AI, or you were forced to work through a pandemic as an essential worker while making minimum wage. We are feeling these changes in really dramatic ways. I'm not sure, however, that these changes are as dramatic as the changes that occurred between the feudal system and the system of capitalism in France in the 1700s. We are still existing in capitalism the same way we were 100 years ago. We're just engaging with it differently. We have settled into our roles as consumers above all else in a way that just wasn't the case in the feudal system. To go from a strict three-tiered caste system to one where there was upward mobility, trade, manufacturing, that fracturing of the societal and economic system was a fundamental shift that I don't think we've seen here in the United States. The shocks here, compared to the shocks leading up to the revolution, they just don't compare. But I do still think there are things we can learn from the French Revolution that can inform how we move forward today. Specifically, my central takeaway from this little comparative exercise is that even the most enlightened, forward-thinking, progressive movements can all go to shit. That's not to say important things didn't come from the French Revolution. It established new norms and new ideas that, even if they didn't come to fruition at the time, like universal compulsory education, for example, they planted a seed that later became a reality. And the nature of these types of big, bold political ideas is that you have to be willing to try and fail and tweak and work on them with the North Star of greater freedom and equality for more people grounding that work. But even if you have the best intentions and the most enlightened ideas, the cult of personality, the fervor of revolution, the drama and fear of instability can lead to, let's just say, heavy-handedness. It can lead to violence that is often unnecessary. Revolution, as you can see displayed in many revolutions across time, may start with lofty ideals and theories, but can end in tyranny when the inevitable backlash happens when you try to change too much too quickly. The instability that comes from a too much too fast approach can lead to the death of a nation. Many great things came from the French Revolution. It is also a cautionary tale. And when we think about our current moment, I, as someone who runs in pretty leftist circles on the internet and in my own comment section, I often see people calling for revolution, for armed revolution, for a push for dramatic changes as quickly as possible. I see a sense of impatience, which is totally understandable. I feel it too. And most things feel too little too late. Most things feel like, well, if they wanted to, they would. But even if they wanted to enact some progressive change that seems like it would make everyone's lives better, the reality of politics, of running a country, especially one as big as the United States, that's another difference to France, which was largely racially and religiously homogenous in the 1700s and contained within a much smaller landmass in the US, the reality is that there is always a backlash. There is always a ripple effect of largely unintended consequences for every decision in governing. And something that seems obvious or straightforward often is not. It makes me think of Ruth Bader Ginsburg's stance that the court's decision in Roe v. Wade created a change that was too much too fast, and it would have been better to push abortion rights through the legislature where it would require a greater will of the majority. And we did see 50 years of backlash after Roe v. Wade that culminated with Dobbs, but continues today in the fight over mifepristone and the ongoing fights in the states. And that's not to say Roe v. Wade caused all of this, but it's hard to know how abortion rights would look in this country if they had been written into law instead of ordered by the Supreme Court. Who knows if we would have ever even gotten them? It's hard to know. But the point is that too much too fast can backfire. And we saw that in the 10 months of terror during the French Revolution when the supposedly enlightened leaders in favor of equality and freedom guillotined literally 17,000 people because they didn't fall in line. Okay, so is the United States headed for its own form of the French Revolution? I don't think so. The shocks to the system today are bad, but not like the shocks to the French system in the 1700s. And as a pacifist, personally, I'm okay with that. Though, as my video from earlier this week discussed, that doesn't mean we won't see continued political violence. The people are mad, and they need an outlet for that anger. But I'm not sure that it's going to rise to the level of a full-blown, bloody revolution. Tune in later this week for a discussion on the Gilded Age, a period in the United States that might fit more closely with our current experience, and which can teach us what might come of the current upheaval. If you watch all these videos and somehow aren't subscribed yet, please consider doing so. It's a great free way to help support this channel. To support my work further, please consider joining on YouTube, Substack, or Patreon to get all these episodes completely ad-free. And if you like my Reagan Ruined Everything shirt, you can get one for yourself at LegionMillerMerch.com. Thank you to my multi-platinum patrons, Christopher Cohen, Evan Friedley, Mark, Sarah Shelby, Dennis Smith, Art, David, Latranja Lucas, Thomas Johnson, and Tay. Your generosity makes this channel what it is, so thank you. And if you like this episode, you'll like my episode from earlier this week about why billionaires should be terrified. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
John Fetterman on Real Time with Bill Maher. Riveting TV. Riveting TV. And of course, it's not because Bill Maher has any set of revanchist politics or is deeply, he has such a problem with religion. Unless, of course, you make it a litmus test as to whether you get rights in a certain country. And here he is, Bill Maher, interviewing
John Fetterman. And this kind of format, it's a good one when you have two people having a back and forth, right? Like we've come from the days of James Baldwin and William F. Buckley hashing their ideas out on television.
Yeah, it's nice when it's live television or at least live to tape
right.
Kind of situation, so you can really get a sense of and the quips.
Yeah.
Bon mots.
Oh gosh, it's thrilling to see these high-minded individuals speak about big ideas like this, and I'm glad Bill is continuing that tradition with the brilliant John Fetterman.
And this is cool because they're not just talking politics; they're talking about meat, like lab-grown meat and the future possibility of that. And Fetterman's got some interesting things to say about this.
But you actually want to ban. Yeah, that doesn't seem.
Yeah, I just think as I'm a member of the Agriculture Committee, and I really stand with our farmers now. And now, of course, we don't want the factory farm situation, and absolutely opposed to animal cruelty. But for me, if I lived on Mars, those kinds of what's the lab meat would be a great opportunity. But for me, right now, it's.
But you want to ban it? I mean, shouldn't people have the right to eat it?
It's actively. I mean, if people have a chance to but overall, for me, I think someone that's really. I mean, we are just. I thought the really highly processed food. I mean, that's exactly the essence of that.
But
you know what? He completely changed my mind on the topic.
It is.
I also hit my head really bad.
It is definitely the case that lab-grown meat is. Well, I don't actually think it is necessarily processed food, is it?
It's also, why did he bring up Mars? I have a theory, because we did a story years ago about lab-grown meat. There was an article about how it's the technology is just not even close to being there, but they're still seeking a lot of investment. And then he mentions Mars, which is another pipe dream that's being sold by tech guys like Elon Musk that is trying to get investment, including the self-driving cars thing. What's really kind of sad about Fetterman is it seems like every disgusting kind of lobbying actor is going to him because they know he's barely sentient and pitching him on all
he's against
of their
lab-grown
pet
meat,
Okay, forgive me for being unable to understand what the hell he just said.
I think what he was saying
crystal clear.
I feel like I got a sense of what he's saying is that lab meat would be a great opportunity if we were on Mars, but we're not on Mars.
Okay.
And processed food. That's what he was saying.
Right.
We have to have a mechanism to remove these people.
I mean, just because you can't talk and string together a sentence doesn't mean that he's incapable of doing other things. It's the other things that he's been doing, though, also, I think, raise a question as to his competency.
Can you imagine if he was still great on policy?
That would put us in a tough spot.
Private insurance, good for Mars, but I just think single payer.
We can work with that. But it's good that we're an honest show here. We keep things bipartisan in our critique.
Yes, we want to be fair. We're not just going to attack Fetterman, for this. It's not. This is
both sides.
This is both sides do this. Both Fetterman
Crawl
and
across the aisle.
Yeah, here is Mitch McConnell, who is ostensibly going to be a senator until January of next year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, here's where we are. The vote is about over. Secretary has to get with the president on the China trip. I'm going to ask Senator Murkowski to wrap up. And thank you all for being here.
Baldwin, Shaheen, and Kennedy. Baldwin, Shaheen, and Kennedy still have questions. Wrap up after.
Hold here.
Yeah, what am I being? What?
Yeah. Obviously, there's not a whole lot of time for a second round, so we'll get through everybody. And Senator Murkowski, I appreciate you taking over.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
Thank you for being here today.
Oh boy, the guy can't even. He can't. I mean, I have got to go to the bathroom or whatever it is that he's got to do, and I'm getting out of here. And if I gotta end the thing early, and if I can't, then Murkowski, you take over.
You drive.
Yeah, exactly. We're fine.
I mean, Feinstein was doing her version of that, of wanting to wrap it up super quickly with Amy Coney Barrett because it's time for a nap, not, you know, the fate of Roe v. Wade, democracy, all that on the ballot. Black people's voting rights. But what matters is that they've climbed the ladders in their career and they have seniority and we have to respect that.
You know, I think in the Republican Party, I don't know if they go by seniority on all the committees. Democrats do.
Not in the House, and I actually, right? But is it in the Senate?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. But there's a real problem. I mean, like, you know, I'm less compelled by guys like Mitch McConnell because you know, if the Republicans are happy with that, then they can have that. But the idea that we have people, there are so few people who have such impact on millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, if you consider the world, billions of people's lives, and I would not feel comfortable with them watching my 13-year-old child for, you know, more than like an hour. Like and he's a very independent kid. What would I ask Mitch McConnell to look after my cat even? Like, no way.
Yeah, but he's battle tested.
I mean, I feel like if I let Fetterman look at my cat, like I come back and I'm like, what happened to my cat?
It would just be a tail sticking out of his mouth.
Exactly. like honestly, what, like,
cat food now?
Would you, like, what would you trust these people with? Now that we trust them with literally the lives of tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people, billions of people.
The vote is about over.
God. He sounds like he doesn't have a single bone in his body, like anywhere to
He has to get with the president.
He does have a shell, though.
The amazing thing, too, was also, like, his aide was speaking so loudly that I heard the aide much more clearly than McConnell, and McConnell's like, whoa.
Murkowski has to speak.
On the China trip, I'm going to ask Senator Murkowski.
I was telling Emma earlier, it's funny that you can still tell he's Southern.
Yeah.
That's all that's left is his accent.
His drawl. Yeah,
there's no enunciation or anything like that.
I'm sure you could get him to say some racial slurs if you really wanted to. That might still be in there.
Yeah, that's like his nicotine. Like, is the only time he's present is when he's saying racial slurs.
Yes, right. Like when you show your grandparents memories of your kids. No, just show him, like, you know, segregation, and
just show him a picture of a water fountain.
It's like that.
Welcome right back to life.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
We are gathered here today to mourn the end of an era.
For the past 17 years, this tucked-away corner of Cardiff's Mermaid Quay has been home to Yanto's Shrine, a community-led effort to commemorate the death of Yanto Jones, the fictional character from BBC's Torchwood, a show that's been off the air since 2011. And in March this year, a spokesperson for Mermaid Quay announced the decision to remove the shrine in order to carry out maintenance owing to health and safety concerns. This has been met with some outcry, a petition to preserve the shrine, and discussions for a plaque to be installed in its place.
And you might be thinking, this seems like an awful lot of fuss over someone who isn't real. And I'd say there's an element of tongue-in-cheek about it. But also, Yanto Jones was a landmark of queer representation, at least in the UK. He was half of a prominent queer romance in a mainstream show at a time that was rare. And his story explored nuanced themes of fluid sexuality, which queer audiences found very meaningful. To many, his sudden death felt like a betrayal.
At the moment of death, it's dramatic, poetic, and yes, moving. But was it necessary? Arguably not. Arguably, a show that was doing so well at giving rounded, interesting queer characters whose queerness wasn't the center of the story didn't have to go down the bury your gaze route.
If you're not familiar, bury your gaze refers to the tendency for queer characters to be killed off more frequently than straight characters. It's also been called dead lesbian syndrome, for reasons that will soon become clear. And it's sometimes called bury your queers to highlight it affects the entire rainbow.
I'm going to talk about death a lot in this video, and I refuse to say unalive, so I'm going to plug my Patreon here just in case. Link in the description. Support the channel, and maybe I'll start swearing too. Also, since we are talking about character death, there's going to be some spoilers. You have been warned. So, in response to the backlash, Torchwood showrunner Russell T Davies defended his decision to kill Ianto, saying,
"If you can't handle drama, you shouldn't watch it."
Not the most tactful way of putting it, but I can see where he's coming from. Of course, Davies is a gay man himself, who, as a writer, has made significant contributions to queer representation. I can understand he'd feel irritated by the accusation he's not doing right by queer characters. Clearly, he felt he had a valid dramatic reason for killing Ianto.
Torchwood is an adult show. We have killed off leading members of the cast before. Those have always been the stakes.
And maybe he's right. If you want to make an omelette, you gotta break a few eggs. However, I can also understand why people feel very strongly about Bury Your Gays. The trope has a long history, but gained notoriety in 2016, when no fewer than 29 queer female characters on TV were killed during the course of that 1 year. 29! That's 2.5 each month.
Of those characters, the most impactful was Lexa from the CW's The 100. Right at the culmination of her slow-build queer romance, she was unexpectedly offed. And whether this was just the last straw in a bloodthirsty year, or because fans felt particularly aggrieved by misleading social media posts from the show creators, it sparked an especially strong reaction. The hashtag LGBTFansDeserveBetter went beyond typical social media outrage and became a non-profit organization. They raised over $170,000 for the Trevor Project, and they got the attention of the press, which brought greater awareness of the trope into the industry.
For his part, showrunner Jason Rothenberg apologized to queer fans, acknowledging they mishandled Lexa's death. But only with regards to marketing and fan interactions. He still defended the decision to kill Lexa. He too felt like he had a valid dramatic reason.
In the show world, no one is safe, and anyone, even a beloved character, can die at any time. My favorite shows in this genre embrace a similar sense of heightened urgency.
And again, I hate to say it, but I do see what he means. Lexa's death was obviously very poorly timed, but in better circumstances, would it still deserve this strong a reaction?
The result of the LGBT Fans Deserve Better campaign was the Lexa Pledge, a list of 7 commitments signed by 15 writers and producers aiming to address the trope. And whether directly or symbolically, it seems to have made a difference. In the decades since, there's been fewer dead queer characters on TV, and we've seen more shows featuring prominent queer romances with happy endings.
However, the Lexa Pledge was not without its criticisms.
It is to sign a pledge that I will limit my storytelling. I promise I won't kill an LGBT character is going to limit my ability.
And while part of me is like, why are you so keen to kill an LGBT character, Krista? I can also see what she means. Character death is a writer's tool. There are all sorts of reasons why a writer might use it. And it doesn't necessarily prevent a character from having a meaningful story. If we forbid killing queer characters outright, does that limit what stories can be told about us?
To be accurate, Krista, the Lexa Pledge does not forbid killing queer characters outright. Most of the pledge's commitments are actually about writers recognizing the issue and involving queer voices. The only narrative commitments it makes are 1. Recurring queer characters should have meaningful storylines, and 2. No queer character should be killed for the sole purpose of furthering the plot of a straight character.
Which isn't as strict a commitment. It might not even rule out Lexa's or Ianto's deaths. The types of story it forbids, I guess, would be like queer red shirts on Star Trek or queer murder victims on police procedurals. Unless that's driving a queer character's story, it is a bit vague, like what counts as meaningful. But I think what the pledge aims to curtail is queer stories being valued less than straight ones. But even if the pledge doesn't forbid killing queer characters outright, after the fervor of the 2016 backlash, I can understand writers might feel like it's forbidden.
I really do feel right now, writing queer characters, they have to be immortal right now. For a little while, you do have to kind of accept more of a limited set of tools.
Obviously, there's not a literal moratorium on killing queer characters, it still happens often enough. But when it does, a Bury Your Gays headline is rarely far behind. And I'm not sure that's always fair.
I've read one article with the headline, "Bury Your Gays is still plaguing television," but the only recent example of the trope it gives is Killing Eve, a show about a bisexual sociopathic murderer. Did we really expect Villanelle to live happily ever after? I mean, the word killing is in the name of the show, and the only other recent shows it mentions are ones that buck the trend.
Breathe safely, pals. Claire does not die in Dairy Girls. But it's telling that as soon as a television program has an LGBTQ+ character and there is any suggestion of drama, I assume that I'm going to have to brace myself for yet another traumatic character death.
Meg, Dairy Girls is a comedy. Claire was never in danger. This isn't telling of anything. This is the trauma talking. And I don't blame anyone for being sensitive about this. We have just cause to be on edge. But it's been 10 years since the Lexa Pledge, and 17 years since Ianto died. It's not like the problem is magically fixed now, but we have seen a lot of improvement. How long does it take to move on to the acceptance stage of grief? Is it time we took down the shrine? I have mixed feelings about this trope. On the one hand, it observes a very real phenomenon rooted in homophobia. When 29 queer female characters are killed in 1 year, that's not a coincidence. I think it's good we held creators to account over this, and I think it's something we should continue to be vigilant about. But also, like many tropes, the way it's used feels like a Wikipediafication of media analysis. Here's a list of criteria, anything that meets it is bad. No exceptions, no grey areas, no nuance. When it's obviously more complicated than that. So I think it'd be healthy for us to confront our own mortality. If the bury your gays trope is going to continue to be useful, it can't be all or nothing. Killing queer characters should be okay sometimes, which means we need to be able to recognize when it genuinely is done for a valid dramatic reason. I want to drill down into the minutiae of this trope, look at why it exists and why queer characters are killed. But before we can cross the Styx, we first have to pay the ferryman. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves, and immortality. The journey felt a little tense. I tried to break the ice. I asked him how he liked his job and if the perks were nice. He grumbled over unfriendly hours, the admin, Kafka-esque. The strain put pain all up his back. Said I, try a standing desk. He did not care for my advice. Said he, what do you know? I had but 3 words for him, FlexiSpot E7 Pro. Its height is fully adjustable to maximize utility, but with precision engineering to maintain stability. He feared it would disarray his work with its unholy motion. Said I, a glide this smooth shall cast no ripples in the ocean. He feared the motor would make a din. Said I am no knave. You'll find its dual self-locking motors as quiet as the grave. Said he, this is no office job, I carry the weight of souls. Well, 440 pounds at rest is the weight this desk can hold. From king and queen to beggar and thief, from high hill to lowly swamp, 'tis known this is the desk of choice for man or psychopomp. The FlexiSpot E7 Pro standing desk. Click the link in the description and use the code YTE730 to get $30 off your order. Said he, 'tis rare a man so wise. You've saved me a buck. Said I, might I return to life? Said he, don't push your luck. So, there's been a murder. We're inspecting the crime scene. In order to deduce whether this is another case of the bury your gays killer, we must first understand the modus operandi. Let's examine the motives.
Motive 1. Punishment. The earliest version of the bury your gays trope originated in the 1950s. At this time, homosexuality was seen as a sexual perversion, not to mention a crime, and the creative industries were regulated by strict content guidelines, prohibiting subjects which were considered immoral.
Often, when people recount the history of bury your gays, they talk about the Hays Code, the infamous list of guidelines enforced upon Hollywood movie studios. Which might not be the most relevant example. It surely didn't help the Hays Code prohibited depictions of what it called sex perversion, but, you know, it's harder to kill queer characters if they're not even allowed on screen. Not impossible, because queer coding was a thing, and queer-coded villains did tend to die. But there were other content laws which may have contributed to the trope more directly. Television's own Hays Code, the Code of Practices for Television Broadcasters, merely discouraged depiction of what it called illicit sex relations. However, queer characters were permitted under certain conditions.
Violence and illicit sex shall not be presented in an attractive manner. They should not be presented without indications of the resultant retribution and punishment.
Needless to say, that punishment was often death.
In effect, then, TV's code functions as a blueprint for bury your gays. The narrative coupling of sexual non-normativity and premature, unhappy endings is built into this early articulation of television's standard operating procedures.
A similar rule affected literature. For a short time, cheaply made pulp novels were a haven for queer stories, especially lesbian romances. Patricia Highsmith's The Price of Salt is a notable example, which is also the basis for the film Carol.
Which I've already made a video about, just saying.
However, it became one of many such novels banned for indecency. The only way queer novels could avoid the ban was by marketing themselves as cautionary tales. Some would include narrators providing moral commentary on the characters' depraved behavior, and if, by the end, these lesbians didn't renounce their sapphic ways or get committed to an institution, they would often meet a grisly death.
This is actually where the name dead lesbian syndrome came from. If they didn't commit suicide, they'd suffer a tragic accident fueled by hysteria. In other words, these deaths were directly related to the character's queerness. The message was unambiguous. Queerness is terminal. I'm sure I don't need to say this is not a valid dramatic reason to kill a queer character. But it's important to understand this trope is rooted in a deeply entrenched homophobia which was systemic. Queer characters were killed, as a rule, to promote the idea we deserve to die, or at least that a queer life is not worth living. Thankfully, we rarely see character deaths like this anymore, but that idea is still inherent in the trope. Even when these obscenity rules were overturned, this idea didn't go away.
Motive 2. Tragedy. From the 60s onwards, death was still often used as a punishment for queer characters, just less directly. Criminals were often portrayed as queer, and their crimes were often punished by death. But even in stories which portrayed queerness in a sympathetic light, characters still often died as a direct result of being queer. Either they're violently murdered by a society that doesn't accept them, or they commit suicide to escape being abused for their sexuality, or they're a victim of the AIDS crisis, neglected by the system and stigmatized for their disease.
This is where it gets tricky, because these stories are depicting something true. A staggering number of queer people did die as a result of AIDS, and still today, queer people are more likely to experience violence or commit suicide. And many of these examples are biographical. It would be negligent to tell stories about people like Alan Turing or Brandon Teena without including their deaths and the role queerphobia played in them. It's important we tell stories that shine a light on these injustices. But when it comes to a trope like Bury Your Gays, there are two factors which make it problematic. First are a trope's inherent problems. If a queer character is killed as a way of promoting queerphobia, obviously that's always bad. But second, a trope can also be problematic because it's a trope. The trend is problematic. It's not bad to tell a story about the unjust death of a queer person, but if everyone's doing it, to the exclusion of other kinds of queer story, then it becomes a problem.
From the 80s to the 2010s, a good majority of stories about queer people had tragic and often fatal endings. These stories have surely contributed to greater awareness and support for queer issues. But if this is the sort of story we keep repeating about queer people, it still promotes the idea that queer lives are not worth living.
We watched on as character after character died from an AIDS-related illness, or else was murdered in a vicious hate crime. I became convinced that my own happiness as a gay man would only come at the cost of some great suffering.
With most of these examples, I'd say that writers did have a valid dramatic reason to kill their queer characters. I can't fault these decisions individually. But collectively, it hints at an underlying problem. The underlying problem is homophobia, an unconscious bias or assumption that leads writers to draw from the same well, or to prevent other kinds of queer story getting past the decision makers, or simply to satisfy audience expectations. Whatever the reason for it, there's something homophobic going on here. And maybe this was just a phase we needed to work through in order to reach a place where we could tell more varied queer stories. But the point is, even when a queer character is killed with perfectly good intentions, it can still contribute to a homophobic trend.
Motive 3. Shock value.
So now we've reached 2016, let's come back to Lexa. Was Rothenberg right? Was Lexa killed for a valid dramatic reason?
If you're trying to create an atmosphere where nobody is safe, you can't be precious about anybody. Queer characters can't be immortal. The problem with Lexa's death, aside from the marketing, was that it happened during a year when multiple writers were doing the same thing. Nowadays, the trend is less strong. So a death like Lexa's wouldn't be so bad.
Well, I don't disagree, but I'm curious why so many writers decided to kill their queer characters around the same time. Is there a pattern here?
When Lexa was killed, she and Clark had just slept together for the first time. Everything was happy. Then Lexa was hit by a stray bullet not intended for her, which is awfully familiar. In the modern version of the trope, it's common for queer characters to die very suddenly, in a needless accident, or in a way that's especially violent, inspiring another character's revenge, or raising the threat of a villain. It also frequently happens at the apex of a queer romantic plot, or an otherwise happy moment, going from one extreme to the other.
It's almost like they're trying to kill queer characters as tragically as possible, which on an individual level might just be good drama. but collectively, it's still repeating the idea that queerness and tragedy go hand in hand. This may be indicative of a similar unconscious bias. Maybe writers keep writing this because we're all accustomed to queer stories ending this way. But also, it might simply be because writers know these deaths will cause a strong reaction. Historically, queer people have been underrepresented in fiction, so queer audiences tend to latch on to any representation they're given. And if a character has a strong fan following, I can understand the temptation to kill that character, especially in a sudden and shocking way. Again, it's just good drama. Except, is it though?
It's true, a shocking death can be used to create the feeling nobody is safe. There are times when it works. But shock value is a short-term gain, and a strong reaction isn't always a positive one. Lexa and Yanto's deaths were dramatic in the moment, and they advanced the main story, but they were also unsatisfying conclusions to their romantic stories.
Do you think the story with Jack and Yanto was properly resolved?
Maybe not completely resolved, which is part of the tragedy, but it is a drama.
A romance can end tragically, of course, but that tends to land better when it feels inevitable, the rivalry of two houses, a sinking ship, etc. Whereas a sudden, surprising death breaks the promise a romance makes. It doesn't pay off the romantic tension being built. Instead, it redirects the narrative into yet another story about queer trauma. There's an element of queer bait here, raising expectations of a queer romance only to suddenly reveal that was never the plan. Even if there is a valid dramatic reason for it, which drives the overarching narrative, it comes at the expense of the character's narrative. And even without Bury Your Gaze, it's just kinda lazy.
Again, I'm not saying a queer romance must end happily, but a shock value death is pretty easy to do and rarely cathartic. I actually want to walk back a bit what I said about Villanelle's death in Killing Eve. I do think it feels somewhat inevitable. She lives a dangerous lifestyle she can't escape, and it happened at a time when there was less of a trend towards killing queer characters on TV. I'm still not opposed in principle, but the way she died has all the hallmarks of a shock value queer tragedy. Right at the height of her triumph, she is killed, suddenly, unexpectedly, and violently. The end.
If nothing else, it's been done. I think it's best to understand the Bury Your Gaze trope not as being about character death specifically, but about endings. I think this is what the Lexa Pledge means about telling meaningful stories about queer people. What this trope highlights is queer characters are often killed in ways that are not very meaningful. But it is possible for queer characters to die in ways that are heroic, or emotive, or even romantic.
This isn't the tragic suicide at the end of the play. I'm old. I'm satisfied. And you were my purpose.
It's true, the Bury Your Gaze trope is, in part, a numbers game. When queer characters are killed at a disproportionate rate compared to straight characters, that's likely to be indicative of an underlying bias. But for the same reason, certain types of character death are more evocative of the trope than others. If the death is tied to queerness itself, especially if it's being used to condemn queer lives, if it reinforces the idea of queer lives being tragic, or if it's done in a way that's dismissive of a queer character's story. I think there are individual examples which can be criticized for adhering to the worst excesses of this trope. Even so, I actually don't think the solution is to decide which types of death are okay and which ones are not, because there's often more to it than that.
Pluribus is an example that's been criticized for the way it kills a queer character. And that criticism isn't unfair, there's an element of needless queer tragedy here. But also, that death leads to a very compelling emotional situation. It is possible for a character death to be an example of the Bury Your Gaze trope, and to be done for a valid dramatic reason.
It can be both. It may be that a certain amount of Bury Your Gaze is unavoidable. Sometimes meaningless deaths are necessary to the broader narrative. Maybe true equality is including queer characters in that. Maybe the real goal is for queer people to be red shirts or murder victims without that being interpreted as a statement on queerness itself. I think the Bury Your Gaze trope is most useful not as a litmus test for which stories are good or bad, but as a way of checking the pulse of queer stories at large. When there's a pattern like this, it helps to be able to observe and describe it, to consider the stories we're telling and what stories we might need more of. But outside of that, I feel like a lot of this simply boils down to whether a death is good writing or not, whether it's an interesting dramatic choice. Because there are lots of ways of killing characters, queer or straight, and lots of reasons to do it. Any type of death can be compelling, or not. It can be touching, or mawkish, surprising, or obvious, a fitting conclusion to that character's story, or just an easy way to bring it to a definitive end. So, while I'm not ready to call open season on the gaze just yet, I think it's worth remembering a good ending isn't always a matter of life or death.
If you enjoyed this video and you would like to hear me swear, please consider supporting me on Patreon, where you can see bonus content and get early access to future videos. The link's on the screen now. You can also support me by dropping a like or sharing the video, or you can let me know your thoughts in the comments. And of course, don't forget to subscribe.
Eurovision has descended into a total farce, the biggest boycott in the history of Eurovision over the inclusion of Israel. That is, of course, because of its genocide against the Palestinian people. 5 countries, Spain, Slovenia, Netherlands, Iceland, and Ireland, are all boycotting this year. Israel has qualified for this now completely farcical contest. But fascinatingly, there has been a detailed investigation in the New York Times, which overall has whitewashed Israel's crimes throughout the genocide and before, but exposing just the lengths that Israel went to in order to manipulate the vote in its favor because of how much it sees Eurovision as a crucial part of so-called soft power, of basically winning cultural sort of cachet and kind of attracting audiences with kind of pink washing and all that kind of stuff. A lot to talk about with the brilliant Samir Eskander, who many of you will know. I've interviewed him several times, not least on this issue. He's a Palestinian-Irish artist. He's involved in the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement, which is obviously galvanizing people across the West and beyond to take the necessary action to isolate Israel as it continues its murderous, decades-long oppression of the Palestinian people. Samir, it's great to chat to you as ever.
Hi, Aaron. Good to see you.
Where should we start? I think we'll come on to this. This investigation by the New York Times is absolutely fascinating. But let's just talk about the farce that this is now. So how significant is it that 5 countries are boycotting Eurovision? A lot of people might go, well, it's, in Britain, it's just some silly camp contest. How big a deal is it?
Personally, I think it's a huge deal. Palestinians have actually called since 2024 for broadcasters, artists, presenters, and all other participants to boycott Eurovision due to the participation of genocidal Israel, and the fact that the Spanish, Dutch, Irish, Icelandic, and Slovenian broadcasters have boycotted this year, rather than share a stage in Vienna with a representative of the genocidal Israeli state, is very, very significant. I mean, not least because these broadcasters in many cases across Europe have actually covered up the facts of Israel's genocide, its underlying regime of settler colonial apartheid, going back for decades. So actually the impact of the BDS campaign that has urged the withdrawal of these broadcasters is very, very clear. It's not just the broadcasters, though. We also have seen Eurovision's official post-contest live tour being cancelled. And most fans are blaming the very expensive ticket costs, the very low sales, but also the ongoing boycott of Eurovision. We've seen alternative Eurovision events popping up all over Europe. I spoke at one in Brussels this week. There's also some in Oslo, in host city Vienna, in London, and all over the place. When you look at what the Eurovision fans are saying about the contest now, there's a real clear consensus, actually, that the Eurovision organisers, which is the European Broadcasting Union, or the EBU, they've utterly tarnished the contest simply to protect genocidal Israel. And for Israel, they've made their position on Eurovision clear again and again and again. I mean, one thing is that it was revealed by Israeli media that the Israeli President Isaac Herzog, who of course is actually named in South Africa's submission to the International Court of Justice for inciting to genocide, Isaac Herzog, according to Israeli media, launched what they called an intensive, months-long diplomatic campaign that unfolded largely behind the scenes, lobbying, pressuring, and probably intimidating European broadcasters to support Israel's inclusion. And actually the president of the Spanish broadcaster RTVE said, responding to that Israel maneuvered in the shadows for months, and that the government of Israel will continue using the festival as it sees fit. And actually, the chairman of the board for Iceland's public broadcaster said recently the Israeli government has co-opted Eurovision.
You sent me actually some tweets by Eurovision superfans. The verdict is in. One of them said, this got to be the worst Eurovision production I've watched for 10 years. Soulless and boring through the entire night. Just lazy and sloppy. Felt nothing. Someone, oh, sorry, that's my cat. They get excited by all this. Somebody else said, completely agree with this. The production is poor. The script writing is awful and the hosts are so wooden. The interval acts were a dead giveaway of the fact the brand is currently so toxic that many of its stars simply don't want anything to do with it. So, I mean, I suppose as well as the boycott by 5 European countries, other people are just refusing to touch it as well. So it's therefore percolating throughout the whole contest.
Exactly. I mean, actually, since 2024, thousands and thousands of artists, musicians have publicly called for Israel to be excluded, and many have supported the boycott of the contest, if not. Most recently, in a letter published by No Music for Genocide, well over 1,000 musicians and climbing have supported the Palestinian call for the boycott of Eurovision due to the participation of genocidal Israel. People like Brian Eno, Paloma Faith, Massive Attack, Macklemore, Peter Gabriel, but also former Eurovision winners like Emily de Forest, Charlie McGettigan, and Salvador Sobral in previous years, all thrown their full support behind this campaign. Several winners actually have pledged to return their trophies to Eurovision organisers. The winner in 2024, a non-binary singer called Nemo, put out a post saying that they were returning their trophy, and I think they put up some pictures showing that they had indeed done that. I mean, this is the depth of feeling that we're seeing from fans, from artists, from presenters and commentators who in previous years have withdrawn from the contest in many countries. And again, actually in the last few days, Amnesty International has put out a statement saying that the failure to suspend Israel from Eurovision is what they called an act of cowardice and an illustration of blatant double standards. And they added that Israel's impunity can no longer be tolerated. By double standards, what Amnesty is pointing to there is the fact that Russia was banned within hours of its illegal invasion of Ukraine in 2022. I really do mean hours. They very quickly suspended Russia, saying that failing to do so would bring the contest into disrepute. As many Eurovision fans pointed out, the disrepute has come to Eurovision's door now by absolutely insisting on protecting Israel.
It's worth noting that most of the Eurovision member states are member states of the International Criminal Court, which has issued arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu and his former Defence Minister Yoav Gallant back in November 2024. So it's not like they don't have an international body they're members of has issued arrest warrants for war crimes against the state involved. I mean, there's lots of other reasons, but that's just one point. Let's talk about this New York Times investigation. And it does need a caveat. The New York Times has played an appalling role overall during the genocide and before, but they've just published a detailed piece about the systematic use of sexual violence against Palestinian detainees, but that's been spoken about for years by those detainees who've been ignored by mainstream newspapers. Notwithstanding, it is a useful investigation. Should we just talk through it? Well, I mean, this firstly shows that they see it as a major soft power operation, that they think that this would be a way to counteract the massive dramatic shift against Israel in Western public opinion by using Eurovision to kind of target people by showing, look at us and our culture, and we're Western and all the rest of it. What are the kind of key findings that really struck you about this investigation?
Well, I fully agree with you. The New York Times has effectively enabled Israel's genocide in Gaza through its reporting. It goes beyond complicity and into effectively enabling. The same way that we would, on occasion use information published by the Israeli media. We can use information published by the New York Times occasionally. I mean, I think this report confirms what we have known all along. The Israeli government has worked very hard to influence the Eurovision public vote. For those who don't know, among your viewers, you have the jury vote, and then you have the public vote, like a televote. And what Israel has been doing through its foreign ministry, Hasbara budgets, through the office of Benjamin Netanyahu's budgets, as revealed by the New York Times, has been to promote very heavily and encourage its supporters to vote up to 20 times. So what the New York Times said is that Israel's efforts to influence Eurovision's vote were broader and started years earlier than previously known. I mean, we've long suspected this. Israel supposedly won Eurovision in 2018 and hosted it in apartheid Tel Aviv in 2019, which is when Palestinians first called for the boycott of Eurovision and then called again since 2024. In 2018, 2019, there were suspicions, that Israel had influenced or otherwise rigged, essentially, this vote. That still hasn't been proven, but I hope that it can be at some point. But what this investigation is showing is that it would only have taken a few hundred people to tip the popular vote in many, many countries. So they looked at Spain as a case study, showing that it really would have just took a few hundred people just voting again and again and again in order to completely transform the vote. And then the picture overall means that it is very plausible that this is indeed how Israel achieved a high vote in the public side of the vote last year, despite being deeply unpopular in many, many European countries. I mean, we've seen several indexes come out in just the last few weeks, and Israel's coming last, among 50 countries or so that have been surveyed. Israel is not popular. And the reason, of course, is the fact that it is committing a live stream genocide against Palestinians in Gaza and expanding this colonial aggression across the wider region and posing, more than ever, a threat to humanity at large. And so the idea that in countries where sanctions against Israel are very popular and being done in some cases, for example, in Spain, the idea that Israel could somehow win, a popular vote there is clearly absurd. And now this has been shown that that's the case.
I mean, the investigation underlined that the Netanyahu government itself had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the contest. They looked at the state-backed campaign to influence the tally vote, multilingual online advertising, coordinated social media messaging, encouraging supporters to vote the maximum number of times allowed, outreach to diaspora groups across Israel, as well as extensive diplomatic lobbying to keep Israel in the contest. I mean, it's all quite striking, isn't it? Because actually, if you get one country which does that, then it's easy to get a victory, isn't it? Because that's the one country people are. It's a very tiny minority of active people who are sympathetic to Israel unite around them and are organized to do so. That makes it exceptionally easy to manipulate the vote because everyone else is divided between lots of other countries in terms of how they vote.
Exactly. When you have a small group of people who are absolutely dedicated to influence this, that's obviously going to have a disproportionate effect. But I think it's really important just to say that the reason that we have this overall campaign to boycott Eurovision is rooted in the fact that Israel is committing this ongoing live-streamed genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. But it has for decades oppressed all Palestinians through its regime of settler colonial apartheid. Today in Gaza, Israel has systematically annihilated the necessary conditions for sustaining life. Israel has destroyed critical sanitary and health infrastructure and food production facilities. It's destroyed every university in Gaza. It's obliterated educational and cultural infrastructure. Israel's also targeted and murdered at least 242 journalists, among tens of thousands of Palestinians that it's killed, including thousands of children. Now, Eurovision is a competition actually of broadcasters. The Israeli broadcaster Kan is so complicit, not just in whitewashing this ongoing live stream genocide, but in justifying and advocating for it too. So we've seen Kan presenters dedicating missiles on air to Palestinians in Gaza. We've seen guest after guest after guest openly calling for war crimes and genocide. This is why the hypocrisy and the racism and the double standards of Eurovision organizers are so glaring in this case. After banning Russia, as I said, just within hours, we've had 78 years of Israel's apartheid and ethnic cleansing against Palestinians, but Israel still enjoys VIP membership in the Western Colonial Club. It can still participate in Eurovision, in the Venice Biennale, which maybe we can find time to have a quick word about too, in other international cultural, academic and economic fora too. I mean, all of this, is why the president of the Spanish broadcaster RTV also said recently of Israel's continued participation in Eurovision that there's no music that can cover up this horror, nor business that can justify it. The theatre is over.
And just to align that complicity, the Eurovision organisers, the EBU, allegedly withheld full voting data, avoided a formal investigation, discouraged broadcasters from speaking publicly, and repeatedly delayed or sidestepped direct votes on Israel's participation, even though apparently they privately acknowledged that Israel's campaigning was disproportionate. I mean, before we add that final point, you just wanted to raise those, but I mean, that part of this comes back to a large part of this is, let's be honest, it's Germany, isn't it? Germany is the dominant state in Europe. It is also the most pro-Israel significant state. I suppose you could say Hungary, no point quibbling over that, but not Orban. But Germany is a state which committed the Holocaust as well as other genocides. It exterminated 6 million Jews in a very short space of time, and then then has made the Palestinian people pay for what the German state did within living memory. I mean, it's their influence in the Eurovision Song Contest is quite an important part of the story, isn't it? I think.
Germany, absolutely. Also Austria, which is the host country for Eurovision this year. Also Britain, France. I think that there's a clear split in Eurovision participants, in European broadcasters. You have those who absolutely would love to see Israel get suspended for very clear ethical reasons, and then you have those that are probably determined to go down with the ship. I would say, I think we've actually seen the Austrian broadcaster and Austrian ministers say that if Israel was excluded, they would boycott too. And I think if Austria and Germany and Israel want to have their own song contest, I think they should go for it. And then Eurovision, I think Eurovision can continue without them. But that's not cool for me. But I think, what the New York Times investigation has shown, is that the EBU, the Eurovision organizers, that they're always hiding behind bureaucracy. They're always hiding behind this rule and that rule. And the point is, you can kind of cut through all of that European bureaucratic noise quite easily on its own terms, and then just on ethical grounds. I mean, on its own terms, the Israeli broadcaster Kan has broken every single rule in the EBU's rigged colonial book. I mean, there's no question about that. They should be suspended on those grounds alone. But the EBU is more than legally entitled to suspend Israel, as its own legal advice has shown. They don't need to wait for this or this or this piece to fall into place, or these fake democratic processes that they're hiding behind. They just need to suspend Israel, and they need to do it yesterday. And until they do that, I think this boycott campaign is going to continue to grow. I mean, after all, the hundreds, if not several thousands, of artists who are joining the No Music for Genocide initiative said that they refuse to be silent when Israel's genocidal violence soundtracks and silences Palestinian lives, when all that's left of nearly every stage, studio, bookshop, and university in Gaza is piles of rubble under which slaughtered bodies still await recovery and proper burial. This is what this campaign is about. This is why broadcasters and thousands of artists and millions of fans are boycotting Eurovision. This is why they are supporting the Palestinian call for all participants, including screening parties and presenters and crew, if that's possible, to boycott the contest. There can be no stage for genocide and apartheid.
There was one other thing you said that's coming up as well. What was that? Sorry, I've just forgotten now. Was there something else coming up and was there something in Vienna as well as Eurovision that's happening at the same time? Have I got this completely wrong?
Oh, there are alternative Eurovision events happening later this week in Oslo, in host city Vienna, in London, and lots of other places too. There's also a demonstration in Vienna on the day of Eurovision, and I know that a lot of media will be in Vienna to cover it. So I expect we will see more about that.
Make sure you boycott Eurovision, everyone. Spread the word. I mean, you've got no excuse. It's obviously a total joke, farce. It's morally disgraced. Don't allow Israel to try and rehabilitate itself. It's committed the crime of crimes in front of the whole world. It's an abomination that it's not treated as a pariah state in this and in every other forum. And this is really important. Listen to Palestinians. Make sure that we act and do the very bare minimum in this case, actually, which is not participating in a cultural whitewashing of a genocide. Please like, subscribe, leave your comments, do share the video. But Samir, as ever, big honor, big pleasure as ever.
Thank you, Aaron. Take care.